can we get a roll call, please?
Dr. Beebe?
Here.
Dr. Beebe is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Here.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill? Here. Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Dr. Moranti?
Here.
Dr. Moranti is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer?
Here.
Mr. Romer is present. Mr. Wagasback? Mr. Wagasback is absent. We have a quorum.
Okay. We had one item on consent, but we have a card submitted on that item, so we're going to take it off of consent. And I would like to take it out of order. Can we get a motion to take item 4.1 out of order, please?
So moved.
Do we have a second? Mr. Gio?
Second.
Any objection? Hearing none. Motion carries. Can we have a reading of the item, please?
Item 4.1 is on page 38. Consideration of an update report on RSD capital projects. The department recommendation is to receive.
Motion.
Ms. Bofi? We have a second?
Second.
Ms. Jones? Do we have any questions from board members on this item? Okay, we have a speaker, Michael Stone. 4.1 was submitted in mistake? Okay. Yes, sir. Okay, this is item 4.1? Okay. Please come forward and...
Mr. Garvey, while he's approaching the desk there, is it possible for BESE staff to enlarge these documents? I mean, even with the magnifying glasses and glasses, I can't read them.
Staff will note that suggestion.
It's true, I can't read them.
Okay, my name is Frank Buckley. My concern is about money. I read that it was $400 million that John White said that he could use because it was surplus, that he could use for vouchers. So I took it upon myself to look and see where possibly the $400 million was coming from. And in his statement, he said it was coming from Orleans Parish. So I live in Orleans Parish, and I took a ride around, and I'm looking at some buildings that have been abandoned, schools haven't been rebuilt, haven't been remodeled. For example, we have one, Booker T. Washington, $57 million plus. McDonald 35, $50 million. John McDonald High School, $34 million. George Washington Carver, $35 million. Livingston, $35 million. Lawless, $35 million. Morial, $22. McDonald, $42. Renovation, $18. Johnson, $14. Drew, $19. Fitzhoward, $25. Old Perry Walker, $1 million. These are millions of dollars that hasn't been used to refurbish or rebuild these schools in Orleans Parish. Old Perry Walker needs their building renovated. John McDonald has been waiting on renovation for 2 years. You got $35 million to renovate John McDonald, and we got kids sitting in the mold, rat-infested building. Then we have a whole lot of our other schools just sitting out mothballing, meaning that they're just sitting and not being used at all. And we have Orleans Parish School Board where kids are trying to get away from RSD and get into Orleans Parish School Board, but Orleans Parish School Board don't have the seats. So they stuck in this failing district. Now, just for the record, I want you to know that I wrote a letter to Craig Fugate, who was the director of FEMA in the FBI on his behalf, and asked him to investigate as to what's going on with all this money. All of this money. And I have a few documents to give to you so y'all can look at them at your leisure. And another one, there was $4 million given to Holy Cross. And we have Old Perry Walker and John McDonald still in decapitated buildings. We have kids going to school in the night war, in portables, in trailers. When are we going to take care of our kids in Orleans Parish? Thank you.
Okay, please give that to, sir, if you give it to the BESE staff, they'll pass it out. Thank you. They'll make copies if we need them.
Can I?
Yes. Superintendent, please.
Members, just for the record, I believe Mr. Buckley was referring to the scholarship program. That's paid by state dollars. That program will cost roughly $40 million this year, as those students would from state dollars if they were in the MFP. And the list of projects that Mr. Buckley just named are capital projects in Orleans Parish that are scheduled to be done. You can't do every building at once because there isn't the labor force or the space to do every single school building at once, so they're in a staged plan. Those buildings will be done shortly.
And to reply
Thank
to
you.
that, we have contractors that don't have jobs. So we have people that can do the work. They're waiting to work. We're tired in Orleans Parish of watching our kids being packed in schools while we have all this money to build new schools. Build the schools, give us smaller classrooms, let us properly educate our kids. Mr. Rome, I like what you said earlier about RSD. The state needs to get out of running schools, and you want to look over that within the next 6 to 12 months. I think we need to start looking over that right now. Start giving some of the schools back, because parents want their kids out of RSD, and Orleans Parish don't have seats for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? Not for 4.1 or 4.2?
Capital project. Both of them. I had 2 cards. I'll be short.
Hold on. Can we get another card? You don't have any more cards? Please give him one so we can fill it out.
All right. Thank you. The name is Pat Bryant, representing Justice and Beyond. At your last meeting, I asked you to consider auditing the construction projects that RSD is involved with in Orleans Parish. And I got no response then, and you said you were going to put online responses to all of the questions. Again, I will ask you to get the legislative auditor to, since we've already asked the Department of Homeland Security and the governor's staff to audit RSD spending. There's a big difference in the schools, the amount of money that you indicated at the outset would be built and renovated with the FEMA dollars. Since that time, you've scaled back that money significantly. You have said you don't know where a lot of that money is, like $300-some million, it's been said. We are very anxious about your not adhering to good fiscal policy. And if we were taught in school that if you don't know where your money is, you don't keep spending, you make an accounting of everything that's done before you move forward. So we're asking again that the Louisiana legislative auditor be called in, and that all construction projects stop until you've done that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, if I could just, I think it's a very good idea, and so you're clear, the legislative auditor is auditing every project and the state's spending on the construction in Orleans Parish.
Ms. Cope, that does bring up an issue. We were, I believe, making a list. making a list of questions during the last meeting, and we were supposed to get answers to the questions written up and posted online. Oh, is that still in process?
Mr. Chairman, if it's okay with you, we can provide an update on this, or staff will provide an update
During
later.
the RSD
Yes, sir.
portion of the meeting?
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you. Excuse me, sir. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I just,
Ms. Hill?
I have a question, some questions, I'm just trying to just understand. We're receiving this information, I understand that, but when I look at the projects, for example, OPSB has $8.7 million in open contracts for Phase 2. However, RSD has $47 million in open contracts in Phase 2 projects, after using $25 million in new contracts. So I'm just trying to get a clear understanding with these contracts that RSD has been awarded. Their job is to rebuild or rebuild the schools, or go in and fix up some of the schools. But as I listen to the community, that is not being done. So what are we doing with the money? I'm just trying to get a clear, I don't represent New Orleans, but I'm just trying to figure out, and even when I'm in New Orleans and I ride through some of the neighborhoods and see some of the schools in deplorable conditions, I don't understand where is the money going when we have this type of money being allocated to the recovery school districts, and then we're taking kids from one school using swing space for another school to do another school and build. It's just all,
Well, you do, I would imagine, agree that when you're rebuilding a building, you can't have the kids inside the building.
understand
So
that.
they have to go to
That's
school
common
somewhere
sense.
else, right?
Correct, yeah.
And the money is going to rebuild the schools. In fact, the Orleans Parish School Board and this board have voted on a plan to ensure that every student attends a renovated, new, or refurbished school building. That's where the money's going.
okay, so.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I understand what your point, Mr. White, in reference to what we have on paper, but the implementation as far as it's actually being done, it's not. Because we have, like, some schools, students are in trailers.
Well, you can't rebuild every single building at the same time.
I
I
understand.
wish it were possible. I know everybody believes that
Well,
wish
I
it were
understand.
possible. You can't do it all at the same time. So it's being done, as you said, in stages.
Okay.
And you're right, there are still some kids waiting in trailers because their buildings are being built, or their buildings are scheduled to be rebuilt. There are only so many workers, for example,
I understand.
only so many jobs that can be done at once, and that's what we got. We got a staging of jobs being done.
Okay, so is that one of the reasons why we're shifting students from one school and merging schools and putting schools together? I'm
It's
just
one
trying
of
to
the
get
reasons why. So just take, for example, a high school. Let's say the high school is in bad condition because it was left in bad condition. The building is being renovated. You have issues in the walls. You have issues in the plumbing. You have issues that need to be taken care of. You can't just do a paint job and say it's done. You need to remove the people from that school. They need to be educated somewhere, and then they come back and the building is renovated. So that's a good example of why when you renovate a building, just like a home, the people have to leave for a while. They have to go somewhere else to be educated, then they come back.
Okay, for example, and I'm just going to close this discussion. Walter Cohen High School, where we have our meetings. When I walk in that building, I wouldn't send my child there. I'm just being realistic. I'm just being honest. And I don't know if money's been allocated for that school or not.
Well, that's why
But-
we're building a new
but
building.
at the end of the day, you still have students currently in that school. So I'm just trying to get a clear understanding where the money is going and what we're doing with the
Well,
money.
that's why there's a new, very sophisticated, very nice, brand-new building that's being built in that neighborhood.
Ms. Beebe?
I just want to piggyback Ms. Hill. I attended a Recovery School District Committee of the whole meeting, and I guess my question is, who is responsible for sidewalks for the Walter Cohen building, Superintendent White? Because I'm telling you, to walk on the sidewalk, it's like puzzle pieces of concrete, and you walk and you kind of doing a balancing act. So who is responsible for those repairs? Is it RSD?
I believe the sidewalks in New Orleans are the domain of the city of New Orleans.
with those that, well, okay, then we need to send a letter to New Orleans telling them that they need to fix those sidewalks because it's a safety hazard for students and those who visit that school.
I think that's a good point.
And finally, I really think my major concern is, and even when you listen, for example, I think the gentleman made a reference to Holy Cross receiving $4 million in reference to rebuilding their school. And I think my concern as a BESE representative, when you look at the schools that are being rebuilt and what areas that they are choosing to rebuild these schools first, compared to the schools that really need to be rebuilt, they're moving in those areas that those kids can really stay in those schools, while schools that are in such deplorable conditions, kids are still being in those schools. So to me, it's like it's some kind of discrimination. We're going to use this area first and get these.
I have a
schools.
suggestion. Why don't we do this? If you have concerns that students are being served in deplorable conditions, why don't you send me a list of the school buildings that you recommend be bumped up in the process, and we can review that list. All right?
Excuse me,
Okay.
audience,
Okay, so just for
let's keep comments down.
okay, well, just for public record, I would do that. I would get a list, and I will send you the list. And I'm going to take your word that you said that you will bump those schools up to begin the rebuilding process.
I said we would consider it because then you have to bump other schools down.
Okay. Okay.
Why don't you send me the list, Ms. Hill? Send me the list.
May I make a comment?
Mr. Romer.
You know, we have a master plan that was voted on based on projections of demographics. It's a $2 billion construction plan. I don't think we grasp the enormity of the task, and to suggest that every building can be done at one time is erroneous. So if you do have buildings that you think should be moved up in the master plan, I would suggest that you make those submittals to this board and to the superintendent for consideration of the amendment of the master plan. Right now, construction is going according to the master plan approved. Also, those dollars, contrary to other comments, are being audited. And we get monthly reports on capital projects, on dollars spent to date, what the original budget was, and changes to the budget. So I would suggest if you would like to amend that master plan and have reasons for doing so, you submit it to the board.
Superintendent, excuse me, Superintendent, isn't there a schedule for updating the master plan?
There is, once every 2 years, the master plan is updated.
And when does that come up again?
I believe
Roughly.
next fall and winter it will be up for.
So we could address suggestions at that time, or in that process, correct?
Of course.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Beebe?
One final comment. We were not, many of us were not a part of the master plan construction. So I think we need to revisit sooner than later because so that we can have some input. This was decided in 2011. Many of us were sworn in January of 2012.
Well, that's why it's reviewed every 2 years.
Duly noted.
Can I
We
make
have
one
another
thing?
speaker on this item, Ira Thomas. And I know that Mr. Thomas is scheduled to, or has submitted a card to speak on the next item also. And we have Cynthia Cade with him also, 2 members of the Orleans Parish School Board.
Good morning.
Good morning. Mr. Superintendent, ladies and gentlemen of the board, in consideration of the item that's before you, I speak here today in support of those members of the community who are raising issues regarding the spending of those FEMA dollars in the rebuilding of schools in Orleans Parish. I speak as president of the Orleans Parish School Board, and I'm accompanied here with my colleague, Mrs. Cynthia Cade. I attend community meetings all the time, and the more I attend those meetings, the more concerned I am. The community members, and you've heard from 2 of them, Coach Frank and others, regarding the spending and the rebuilding plan. We're supposed to be, as you said, Mr. Roma, following the master plan. That's what we're supposed to be doing, and it is due for a revision later on this year, for us to go back and take a look at what we've done, what we haven't done, and what we need to be doing going forward. And I will be there and be a part of those discussions. It concerns me that the community, and I was in a meeting with the mayor of the city of New Orleans a few weeks ago, and his team was of the same opinion, that the RSD is running some $300 million short in completing its projects. I don't know whether or not that's accurate, but we need to know. We need to have that level of accountability all across the board. I became even more concerned last month in our committee meetings when the RSD came before us. In my district, the master plan calls for a new high school. They want to deviate from the master plan and ask us to buy a building so that they can renovate it.
Please
I'm
wrap it
sorry?
up. Please wrap it up.
So that they can renovate this building to save monies on a new high school to use as part of their shortfalls. I vehemently resent and oppose buying a building, renovating it, instead of following the master plan. They say, well, we're realigning things. What do you mean you're realigning things? You should be following the master plan. The master plan called for a new school in my district, and that's what I want to see. So I am concerned now that they're doing these cost-saving, cost-cutting measures, that it raises the question as to whether or not this $300 million shortfall is accurate. And that's what the community is asking for, Mr. Garvin, that we need to know whether or not there's been some issues there in the RSD.
Could I respond?
Excuse. Let me let the audience know that either this meeting is going to be run in a respectful manner, or we're going to recess this meeting and come back at some later date, some later time, and finish it up. But we're not going to continue with these outbursts. Superintendent.
May I just say that, first of all, Mr. Thomas, I thank you so much for being here. We will provide an accounting, an up-to-date accounting of expenditures versus the projected costs, and I'm happy to provide that to the board and happy to provide it to the public. So I thank you for raising it. Just so I understand, just so the board can kind of hear the concern from their perspective, your concern is that there not be a deviation from the original master plan that both boards approved. Is that right?
That's part of it, yes.
Got it. Thank you.
But Superintendent, can you clarify for me? I believe that the master plan that we have now is a deviation from the original master plan that was approved at the very beginning.
It's updated every 2 years.
That's right.
It makes changes. I hear, I'm not saying I think it's true, but I hear Mr. Thomas suggesting that his concern overall is that we adhere to the master plan that the boards have voted on. And I think that is important as well.
And I just want to point out that if we adhere to it, that means we can't amend it. And we're hearing a lot of people say that they would like to amend it, which would be deviating from it.
I agree with that.
Want to make that
Mr. Garvey, I'm not suggesting that we don't amend the master plan. We've done it. I've sat on the board for the last 4 years. We've had two amendments to the master plan. But those amendments occurred at specified times that we met as two districts, and along with the master plan oversight committee, which you co-chair, and we made those decisions, and both districts approved what we went forward. So we recognize that it is a living document and that we have to go back, and I said that in the beginning. But the RSD should not be arbitrarily deviating from what was approved in the master plan by both districts. That's my point.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I
Ms.
just have a
Bradford?
question on the process when we go back to the master plan to revisit it. Could you clarify for me what is that process and who is involved in that process?
Both boards are involved in that process. The public is involved in that process. As you remember, last time we did nearly 9 months worth of community meetings and working collaboratively with the Orleans Parish School Board. And I think we can all say we were very proud of the votes taken by both boards to support a collaborative plan. I know that Mr. Thomas and Ms. Cade come here today in that spirit, and I thank them for doing it.
You know, let me just say that, you know, the other community member who spoke about, and he gave you a list of the number of schools that are being carved down. You know, Carver, for example, is one school that was supposed to be a $54 million project, is now down to $37 million. You know, so we're asking the question, well, why is that? What's going on? You know, why do we see these downsizing of schools? What's going on? We're not kept in the loop on what's going on. The community is not kept in the loop of what's going on the RSD side of it. And that's and so we're the elected board. So the community is charging us.
That's right.
As I mentioned, when I go to these community meetings, they want to know from us what's going on.
And Mr. Thomas, and I don't, you and I and Superintendent Dobart have worked very collaboratively over the years, and so I say this with great respect. But I happen to know that Superintendent Dobart's team works very closely with the Orleans Parish School Board team, and if the Orleans Parish School Board staff is not keeping its board abreast of the issue, I suggest that they be directed to do so.
And believe me, any internal issues we have, we're going to deal with them.
Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent, thank you for having us, and Mr. Romer, Mr. Garvey. I speak also to find out about finances, and I'd just like to ask because I don't know. I know that you said earlier that the Louisiana legislative auditors are auditing the books for the Recovery School District. Is that correct? Understood?
That is correct.
Do you have any other outside auditors that also audit the book as OPSB does? We have an outside auditor also, plus we have the Louisiana legislative auditors to make sure that we have check and balance, because that's why we're here today with the Recovery School District, because it was so much. I'm in my 9th year now on the school board, and when I was elected, it was so much going on about the finances of the Orleans Parish School District. We tried to find out, and we found out that though it was printed that the monies had been stolen, that it had not been stolen, that the money had just been misappropriated, meaning you can't take title money and use it in another area, and that's what was happening. So I'm asking, do RSD have another type of auditor that comes in to help audit the books to make sure that you all have everything really balanced?
Yes.
And who is that, sir?
We have had a contractual agreement with the Inspector General to audit contractors and with the legislative auditor to audit the government.
Say that again. I'm sorry, I didn't understand you.
We have a contract with the Inspector General to audit contractors. We have a contract with the legislative auditor to audit the governmental side. So we have both bases covered, as do you.
Okay. And so with that, you're not seeing the disparities that we're speaking of that's coming forth to us about these millions of dollars, $200 million being shortfall on the capital project side. You're not.
That doesn't have anything to do with auditing. Look, we're happy to share with you the update of where we are, projected expenses that were projected 2 years ago against the revenues that have been done. I've committed to that. We'll certainly do that. By the way, we share this regularly with your staff. I would suggest you ask them for an update as to your projects as well as RSD projects, and we'll certainly come to any meeting and share whatever information you need. It's always tough to afford the projects that have been projected years out. We're striving to have every efficiency to do that, and we're happy to share the updated information. We've audited both the contractors and the government to make sure it's all being done in an above-board way. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. We have one more speaker on this item, and then we're going to take a vote, and that is James Finney.
Good morning, and thank you for taking my comments. I'm a resident of East Baton Rouge Parish with a brief concern that I think is at least more relevant here than it would be with other items. It appears as though you have your hands full in the RSD and BESE with a very complicated rebuilding project in Orleans Parish. And so buildings that you're taking over in other parts of the state are sadly being neglected. Mr. Dobart has made it clear that the 8 buildings he already controls aren't enough. He wants more that he can turn over to the private sector. Meanwhile, Lanier Elementary was on the television the other night, only a couple years removed from a nationally televised renovation, with the principal complaining about the poor condition that the facility was in before the Teach for America students came in to do some painting. The running track at Glen Oaks Middle has been in deplorable condition. I guess RSD students don't need to exercise. There is a theater building at Glen Oaks Middle that has sat unused for the 5 years that the RSD has controlled that campus, allegedly with some sort of leaking water condition that has not been addressed. That's unacceptable. And lastly, Crestworth Middle couldn't open in the correct place on time because of the RSD's failure to oversee their charter operator the previous year. So my point is, you've got your hands full in Orleans Parish. Give all the other RSD schools back to those local school boards. That way we can address concerns with elected local school board members. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, board members, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any, Ms. Bradford?
I just had one other question. I'm sorry for this, but do we have we're up for a reevaluation of our master plan in this year, is that correct? Superintendent White?
As of next winter, it will have
Next
been a couple
winter.
of years, yeah.
So I guess this is the premature question then, because I was asking about a timeline. If we just, or can we get a timeline published so that maybe gives everybody a little comfort level that it's going to happen and how it will happen?
We'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Okay. Do we have any other questions from board members? Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. We would like to take, the chair would like to take another item out of order. That's item 4.2. Can we get a motion to take that item out of order?
I'll second.
Ms. Brophy, thank you. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Mr. Guillaume. Okay. Can we get a reading on the item?
Yes, sir. Item 4.2, page 89. Consideration of a report on the unification of L.B. Landry High School and O.P. Walker High School. The department recommendation is to receive. And I have a handout.
Okay, while you're passing out the handout, we have 2 elected officials that have submitted cards to speak on this item, Mr. Ira Thomas and Ms. Cynthia Cade. Yes. If they would come forward, and we're going to hear from the superintendent first.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Excuse me for a second, Superintendent. Can we get a motion to receive this item? Mr. Guillaume? Second by Mr. Romer. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Mr. Superintendent?
Thank you. I
Mr.
should
Chairman.
also,
I just wanted to note that there are
Yeah.
other.
Leslie Ellison and Nolan Marshall, who are also Orleans Parish School Board members, I welcome you both to our gathering today.
While the superintendent's speaking, can we get cards for these? They're up there? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I thought it might just be worth providing some context. I know that many members have become deeply immersed in the facts of this particular case. I think that the discussion that was just had, as presented by Mr. Thomas, was apropos of the issue that's in front of the Orleans Parish School Board, the Recovery School District, this board as well, which is that, and all of the comments from Mr. Buckley and others, you have a limited amount of money, you have an entire city's worth of need, and no city has greater need for excellent school buildings for its students than does New Orleans, given all that has befallen the city over the last decade. I want to talk a little bit about what I have learned about the way that facilities were handled for decades in Orleans Parish. Prior to Katrina, in a school system of 60,000 students, Orleans Parish had facilities capacity for more than 100,000 students. More than 100,000 seats across that city for only 60,000 students. And what happens when you do that? It means you have way, way too many buildings to maintain for the number of dollars that you have. That leads to inequity. And when you drive around New Orleans, to use Ms. Hill's comment, you see the scars of inequity. You see buildings that were not kept up in good repair, not over the last couple of years, over the last several decades. You see buildings with plexiglass windows every time a real glass window was broken. That is a legacy of not managing facilities well. And it starts with how many facilities you have given the dollars that you have. After Katrina, the school system in New Orleans went down to about 30,000 students. Slowly, at a rate of about 2,000 students per year, it is built back up. And that's something that both the Orleans Parish School Board and the Recovery School District should be very proud of. All citizens of New Orleans should. We're almost up to 45,000 students across our city. But given that prior to Katrina, the facility served 100,000, you do recognize that not every school that existed prior to Katrina can be maintained. Not every facility in a system of 45,000 students can be maintained, or we're going to have a continued legacy of neglect. In Algiers and on the West Bank generally, and I should say that these representatives represent the city, and I certainly do not. I've learned a little bit about it, but I don't represent it in any way. There are roughly 2,400 students who are in high schools. There are currently 4 high schools. 2 of those high schools, 2 of the 3 large high schools, are represented here today. There's O. Perry Walker and there's L.B. Landry. After the storm, under the leadership of Superintendent Pastorek and Superintendent Vallis, and under the leadership of the Orleans Parish School Board, a decision was made to ask the federal government for monies quickly, rather than having to ask them for reimburse, get a quick start to build school buildings. And Landry, because of the powerful advocacy of its alumni, of its community base, was rebuilt. And no matter where you're from, you have to say that the building that was built to honor the legacy of Dr. Landry is a spectacular school building, if you've been inside of it. It's also a very big school building, very big. It seats 1,200 students at its capacity. So realize this. You have 2,400 students in a part of the city that is sectioned off by the river. You have 1,200, or room for 1,200, in that one building alone. And you still have 3 other schools. Members, when Superintendent Dobart and I brought the master plan back to you 2 years ago, we said that we cannot maintain a facilities portfolio of 100,000 seats. Somewhere, those reductions have to be made, or else we will continue to have no money to keep up our buildings. And that will lead to more neglect for students district-wide. We were asked by the alumni and the community of O. Perry Walker High School, and for those of you, Mr. Garvey, who were in those meetings, you know very strongly they advocated for a new O. Perry Walker building. And I ask you to remember that the decision then was not about a merger. It was first the hard decision to say no. And I respect the grace with which the O. Perry Walker community accepted that. We had to say no because we could not afford $30, $40, $50 million that had to be taken from some other part of New Orleans and given to a building that by the numbers was no longer needed because of the population decline and because of how long Landry was. It wouldn't have been fair to the rest of the city. And so then the question was, now if you only have 3 high school buildings, but you have 4 high schools, what do you do? And we knew that Landry, the building, was large. We knew that it was very close to O. Perry Walker. And so we proposed to make a decision that is not a popular decision. No one goes to bed at night loving the fact that they merged high schools. but it was the kind of decision that the old Orleans Parish School Board didn't make. And that's why you had more than 100,000 school seats in a system of 60,000, which is a decision to honor the taxpayer dollar and operate efficiently so that you can spread the taxpayer dollar equitably across children, across neighborhoods, across communities. That's the role of government, is to ensure equity. So we have given you a policy update today on the implementation of a policy. I ask that you remember that our charge, we as administrators and you as board members, is to ensure equity for all taxpayers, equity for all community members, and that necessitated our board, you and we together, making hard decisions to spread dollars equitably, rather than what I think at the time would have been an easy decision, to continue the status quo, to spend dollars inequitably, and in the end, to rob those dollars from voiceless people who never would be here to testify at a meeting like this. Never would have known that they could have had a new building. Never would have known their classrooms or their sidewalks could have been renovated, because they weren't, because we decided to spend irresponsibly. No one loves finance discussions. No one loves discussions about bricks and mortar, but the truth is, in a city where the buildings are shuttered with plexiglass, buildings are also about equity. This decision was made about equity. And so in spite of the voices that you hear today, for and against it, which are all honest and real emotions and ideas, I ask you to remember the decision was made about equity, and any decision against it is one that will go against equity for thousands of citizens who aren't here today. And I thank you for remembering that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Superintendent. Before we start the speakers, we have heard speakers and information on this subject for hours and hours and hours during previous meetings. So we are going to limit the speakers today. We're going to start off by shooting for 30 or 40 minutes, and we'll see where it goes from there. But just to let the audience know that we are not going to take hours and hours and hours of rehearing the same issues. So with that, let me turn the table over to Mr. Nolan Marshall.
Thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to come to you this morning and share some information. But for you to understand and agree with anything that I'm going to say, you have to have a fundamental agreement with me. You have to have a fundamental agreement with me that the answer to the crisis we have in public education is involving the public in education. We will never get to excellence. We can take a mediocre school and get it to be an acceptable school. We can even get a poor school to become a good school, but we will never achieve the excellence that we're searching for until we involve the public in the process of educating our children. To do that, we must build relationships. We must build relationships between school operators and the community, where there's trust. Trust is the only basis for a good relationship. And because of actions prior to you, Mr. White, the school has a distrust for the decisions that were made and were being made, with good reason. I'll give you an example of Landry, a little history. When Landry was being built, after the community came up and advocated for it, and they granted the community a school to honor Dr. Landry, which they should have done. They hired a principal to meet with the Friends of Landry to begin planning for the opening of Landry and for how the community could best work with the administration to ensure the success of Landry. 2 or 3 months before the school opened, 6 weeks, they changed the principal and brought in another principal, start over again. A year later, they changed the principal again and again and again. Was that done to ensure the fact that they would not succeed? We question. These are things that the community began to question. They were supposed to have the same opportunity that all operators had with a startup. Landry was supposed to be a startup. Start with 1 grade and build the culture and proceed with adding a grade until they became a high school. because to pay the bills of the large high school, they decided to, no, we weren't going to give them the opportunity to build the culture like other operators, one grade at a time. They made them take 3 or 4 grades. I think 8 through 7 through 9th or something like that. Again, changing the plan while changing the administration all at the same time. So all of these things are saying, why? Why is this being done? And then we say because of demographics, we're going to merge the 2 schools again to pay the bills because the school is too large to operate with the number of students in the school building. Again, if you look at what you say and what you do, it's 2 different things. You say demographics are saying that. But yesterday, a couple of days ago, we have a meeting to purchase the Bundy Road to add seats to New Orleans East because the demographics are showing us that they've already outgrown the numbers that they projected for 2016. Okay, so we need to, with this city as fast as it's growing, these decisions can't be made solely on demographics. It has to be made with relationships in the community. This whole movement is built on choice. Kids are choosing to go to Old Perry Walker. They're choosing to come from all parts of the city to go to Old Perry Walker and to Carr. Both of those schools have waiting lists. If you had a good program at Landry, they would be choosing to go to Landry. You cut off enrollment at Landry 2 years ago, and you're saying that we can't get enough students, there aren't enough students to go to that school to pay the bills. It's not financially feasible. Well, certainly if you cut off enrollment, you stop them from enrolling the kids, you've created nothing but problems at Landry, and you've used nothing but bogus reasons to merge the 2 schools. You say there's no money to repair Walker, but yet, and I'm in the room with this, so I understand the facts. To get the community to accept an operator to come in and operate the school as a charter, you promise them $36 million to renovate John McDonald. Not a mile away from Clark High School, when you add both enrollments together, they do not equal Old Perry Walker's enrollment. And you offer at the same time a school that was taken over by a charter, which had yet to really prove themselves. They were making incremental improvements, but still hadn't gotten to the point where you could say they are positively going to be a success. You offer them $25 million to renovate that building, that site, when you're finished, you still would not have a building that would be as sound as the one that they have at Old Perry Walker, where kids can choose to go to if they want to and are choosing to go to. Now, at the end of this, what are you doing? You're taking a successful school that is successfully educating almost 1,000 kids, and you're merging them with another school against the will of the community, without building the relationships within the community. And what you're doing is risking a successful school to pay the bills without giving the school the opportunity to succeed. You have not given, if you were going to do something, you could have given Landry to the Algiers Charter School Association and give them the support that they need to run the school efficiently and help it be successful, the success that the community would work to help make happen. I don't understand it. It's very difficult now. We're committed as board members to help the community and make the best out of whatever decisions are made. We're going to be there for the community to ensure that every kid has an opportunity to succeed. What we need is a relationship with the RSD and with the community to make sure that we are making the right decisions. and we're not doing things in a vacuum, and we're not making poor decisions that can't be substantiated.
Mr.
And
Marshall?
you can't substantiate to me why this is happening.
Does
Thank
Ms.
you.
Ellison wish to speak on
Yes,
this item also?
I'll be very, very brief. Good
Thank you.
morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair, other board members, as well as the superintendent. I believe that Mr. Marshall really hit the nail on the head in his comments. I just want to add to some of the things that Mr. White indicated about history within the Algiers community. I live there. I've been there all my life. My family has been a part of the O'Pare Walker family, as well as the L.B. Landry family. So this is very dear to me, and I'm going to speak from a historical standpoint. You did not mention that Algiers Technical Academy, which is a makeshift high school, which was once an elementary school, is being considered as a high school. This particular school is under the Algiers Charter School Association, chartered by RSD. However, it's supposed to be a technical academy, when the school has little to no technology within the school. That particular school, we can take those students from that school and place them over at the L.B. Landry site, if that's what we want to do. When we're talking about merging, a merger is a mutual agreement between all parties. This is not mutual. I sat down and spoke with Superintendent Dobart. I laid out a plan for him. And the plan was to continue the support of L.B. Landry, just as Mr. Marshall said, continue the enrollment. If you want to give L.B. Landry over to Algiers Charter, I think that's a great idea. Stop the enrollment at O'Pare Walker, and then merge the two schools together. This is really a takeover, and really a hostile takeover, because there's no agreement.
Audience.
One other point, a couple of more points I want to make is we talked about the student enrollment at L.B. Landry. The student enrollment at L.B. Landry is roughly I've heard different numbers, 500 or 700. If the enrollment at Walker is about 900 students, that doesn't add up to 1,200 seats. So what are we going to do with those additional kids, and are we going to crowd those kids into that school building? I've also heard about the programs, the academic programs. If you're saying that L.B. Landry's academic, the kids are below grade level, and the kids at Walker are at grade level and above, there's still going to be, if you're going to combine the kids, there's still going to be some difficulty, and it's going to be very challenging to bring kids up to par. So the scores are going to drop. They will definitely drop, if you're saying that those numbers are correct. And last but not leastly, you talked about using O'Pare Walker as swing space. O'Pare Walker, that building, that facility, has been indicated by RSD. It has about 5 years lifespan left on it. So if we're going to put additional money into a building, and close to $200,000 to bring it up to par for elementary school students, then why can't we use that building, continue to allow O'Pare Walker to stay there, and merge the school in, if we're going to do that? I think that we needed to, no one wanted to sit down at the table when the community meetings were taking place. They were very hostile. RSD did not have control over the meetings. But I think that if they would have sat down and listened to the community, we would have come up with a plan from the community that could have been tweaked. But now we're in a position where RSD has pitted the community against one another for a facility. And then when you're talking about being equitable, Algiers Technical Academy, that is not equitable. So when we're talking about moving kids from one place to another, let's look at the whole community and not just look at it from a perspective of sitting behind the desk and making decisions, but listening to the community and also listening to the Orleans Parish School Board. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Adrian Morgan.
Good morning. Thank you very much.
Mr. Morgan, before you start, I'd like to remind you that we are shooting for 30 or 40 minutes for listening and hearing public comment on this, so if you could keep your comments brief, we would appreciate it.
Thank you. Adrian Morgan, Chief Executive Officer of the Alabama Charter School Association. I presented before you at the last committee meeting.
Is the microphone on?
Adrian Morgan.
That's much better, thank you.
Thank you. Chief Executive Officer of the Algiers Charter School Association. I presented before you at the last committee meeting held in New Orleans and very much support the idea of maintaining brevity in terms of the comments today. Mine will be very brief, and they're limited to 3 items that are new in terms of what I presented to you previously. Specifically, I just want to provide you on some recent developments that ACSA feels are helping advance the cause of the unification of Landry and Walker. Specifically, we're pleased to announce that recently in the 7-on-7 football tournament, students from both Landry and Walker were successful in representing the state of Louisiana, and will move forward to a national 7-on-7 football tournament, and our football coach will speak more about that soon, but we're excited about those opportunities that are happening in partnership with LHSAA. Also pleased to announce that we finalized our funding with New Schools for New Orleans in terms of the Arnold Grant, which is providing $1 million in order to be able to support this unification. And I believe New Schools for New Orleans will speak in more detail on that later. But similarly, efforts that are being made in terms of advancing this unification forward. And lastly, I did just want to report on the fact that ACSA has committed to investing approximately $500,000 of its own money outside of funding that will come from MFP and funding that will come from specific grants, specifically to upgrade the facilities that will happen at the LB Landry Educational Complex. And so this is a brief diagram that shows it, but you can see upgraded football fields, baseball fields, and improvement of the park, which is now part of the facility complex as well, the Fox Playground Park. And so very pleased to announce that we're moving forward in these developments, and we continue to seek the support of BESE as we complete the work of unifying these 2 schools. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker is Reverend Casimir. I'm sorry, and before as he's coming up, we had a card from Ms. Cade and Mr. Thomas on this item. I think that maybe they spoke everything that they wanted to speak when they were here already. Okay, thank you. We wanted to double check. Mr. Casimir?
Good morning to the chair and to the board. My name is Renard Casimir, and you know we've been here before. We are dealing with fairness versus unfairness. We're dealing with also, how would I say, somewhat, I guess you can call it, blowing up the numbers, lying. The fact is that organic, I saw organic up there, but I want to give you the meaning of organic. Organic means that it's the whole. When we're going to have an organic situation for education, it includes children, community, everyone involved to make things happen. Right now, there's a lot wrong here. And I know our common sense kicks in to tell us there's a lot wrong with the process. And we're asking BESE to vote down the merger. We walk the streets every Saturday, talk to the children, talk to those who are gangs that are going to these schools, and they're begging us not to let this happen. You don't live in my community, Mr. White. I would ask that you respect my community. I was born and raised there, along with all of the other people here. We know what's going on. And we know that the numbers in Algiers, you gave fictitious numbers for residents in Algiers and high schools. And I will come right behind Ms. Leslie Ellison, along with Mr. Nolan Marshall. Do the right thing. Close down Algiers Tech School. Bring those kids to Landry. I want this audience to know, and I want the BESE board to know, that these people, RSD, deliberately stopped children from registering at Landry. They turned them around. The one app was created for control, to manipulate, to push children. You have children coming from New Orleans East to the West Bank. This is a form of slavery. And we're not going back into slavery. I want to tell you that. We are not. Now, I'm asking for the people with a heart, with a conscience, that may even go to church, to stand and do the right thing. Don't we know our community? Don't we know?
Excuse me.
Okay, I'm going to stay with you. I'm sorry.
Casimir.
I'm sorry. I get a little worked up. But we understand what's really going on. And I ask that you would respect us for that. Old Perry Walker, I'm a graduate of Old Perry Walker. I love Landry and Walker. I want to see these schools exist apart fully, like all of us. The community, if you are honest in hearing the community have said no. Mr. Adrian Morgan is from New York. He's not a part of our community. Okay? He is doing someone else's bidding. I love him as a person, but he's doing someone else's bidding. And I'm asking you to work for our community. Do not work for special interest groups. Do not work for corrupt government that has an agenda behind a lot of this. Quit hurting our urban schools. If you listen to the list of the names of schools that are being attacked, they're where the black kids go. We're not going back to slavery. We're not going back to a subservient attitude. Jim Crow died a long time ago, and it's not living inside of this body, and it's not living inside of the bodies in here. I'm asking you, black and white people, Asians, and Mexicans, and we have a lot of Mexicans now, that we would find a way to work together. Stop it. Stop making me wonder, do we have any Klans people up there with a hood on their head? With not the hood on their head anymore, but they wear a shirt and tie. You know, what I'm saying is, look, no, don't look away, sir. What I'm saying here is, the Klans have taken their hoods off, and they're in the White House now. They're in Washington now. They're wise. They're smart. I'm not saying someone up there is a Klansman, but I'm saying if you're going to work for what's right for our community, honor us, respect us, do what's right. Know that these people know what's going on in their community.
Wrap up your comments.
Okay. And can you answer one question for me? Will you take Algiers Technical School, consider to use it as swing space, and let those kids come over to Landry? Because the numbers, we have the numbers. You stopped the numbers. RSD stopped them. Will you consider that, Mr. John White? Can you please answer that?
Question and answer session.
This is agreed. And to your previous point, I will just tell you, I accept completely what you're saying about the legacy and the historical associations of this decision, and I respect it. The reason that you saw me look away is I was stunned by the tone of your comment. And with respect, I didn't think it was appropriate. Now I'll come back and I'll answer your question. The moving of the ATA into LB Landry would not solve the problem of the fact that you still have a 1,000-student school that would cost $40 million to renovate, $40 million to rebuild anew, of monies that are badly needed in parts of town where there are the need for renovated buildings and new buildings. And I regret, with every ounce of energy I can bring to this, that there isn't a better solution that we could build a new building for all students. And I understand the issues that you're bringing about the feelings, about the history, but at some point, equity requires distributing resources in an equitable way. And you're right, it's not done with a soft hand. Unfortunately, government has to make these decisions sometime with a blunt hand. But members, I urge you to see that the bluntness of the decision is one that takes fortitude of government that in the past hasn't been exhibited, and that's why we have so many of the inequities that we do. We may disagree on this, but please know the decision is made in that spirit with that knowledge.
Well, I'm leaving, but if you're talking about equity, sir, you have to tear down a hospital to give Etna Carr a new school. Carr doesn't have any problems. We have been bidding black people against black people here. And if you would take those funds that it take to tear down a hospital, tear up the concrete, that's money. I know a little bit about contracting. And bring Carr to General Meyer, leave Carr where they are, where they're located at now, Huntley. And give Walker what they deserve. Mary Laurie is a wonderful person who have earned the right. And we are giving money to failing schools. It's like an attack on the West Bank. And I'm asking Old Perry Walker to stand with LB Landry and stop allowing this, because if you would stand together, Walker, with Landry, this would have been over with a long time ago. We deserve better, and if you're going to consider us wholeheartedly, Mr. White, you would do what the community is asking. We could help you in a very sincere way. Remember, Walker had $1.7 million. The auditorium was being renovated, ladies and gentlemen, and then someone made a phone call and stopped the renovations on O'Perry Walker and started this divide in our community. There's too much politics in the lives of our children. There's $8,000 being made off the backs of these kids. Slavery is over. Please stop using our kids before we empty the schools and move them into churches. Thank you. God bless you.
The next speaker is Terrence Davis.
Terrence Davis, lifelong resident of Algiers, graduate of O'Perry Walker, parent of a student at O'Perry Walker, as well as an employee at O'Perry Walker, the son of Miss L.B. Landry in 1960. We have been going through and dealing with this situation now for some 2+ years. And the reality, everything that has been said thus far is true. The reality is that when our initial fight, that the O'Perry Walker family, as well as the L.B. Landry family and the Algiers community as a whole, stood on the grounds that both schools earned and deserved the right to exist independently. However, we're at a particular point in time that in 2 months, we have to decide what are we going to do for the children who are attending O'Perry Walker, who are attending L.B. Landry, and who have registered to attend the school. So I think we have to look at this in 2 phases. Short term, what is best for our children. Long term, what is best for our community and our city. Short term, my mindset is that because school is about to open in just a few months, that we have to take the steps to continue the process that has been led by Ms. Mary Laurie, that has been driven by the students L.B. Landry and O'Perry Walker, and cohesively move forward with the unification steps that are being put in place. But long term, I think with the master plan being revisited in the fall.
Mr. Davis, please conclude your comments.
With the master plan being revisited in the fall, and with newly elected school board members within our city, that we have to then revisit overall the approach on what is best for education in Algiers and education for the students of the city of New Orleans. So on one end, short term, I think we need to go ahead and do what's best for the children by allowing them to move forward with what they have already started working toward. But long term, we need to revisit all of this.
Thank you. The next speaker is Dr. Eric Jones. And remind you to please keep your comments succinct because we are running short on time for our other committees.
Good morning. Good morning, board. I come this morning to really share some facts as it relates to the unification / merger / takeover. And I've been in this battle for 7 years. And I truly believe that we've made some poor decisions. We're at the table because, number one, BESE has not been completely informed. I think BESE has committed the accountability and the trust in RSD operation. I don't think RSD has given all of the facts. I have nothing negative to say about RSD, but I just think, in fairness, that we're looking at politics versus policy. And I strongly am against the merger. I've shared that with RSD. I've spoken to Patrick Dobar, Superintendent Dobar, yesterday. I've spoken to various board members. I expressed to them what my views were as it relates to this. I don't have any issue with one or the other, but I will share this. Mary Laura, who is a great leader, who's the principal at O'Prairie Walker, has deserved the right to have her own school. Number one, she's earned that by working very hard with her staff. Number two, other entities, other charter operators have been given the opportunity to say to all of the board members at RSD, the staff at RSD, as well as this BESE board, that they want their school. And I don't have an issue with those other operators getting their schools because they've earned the right to do that. With Mary Laura, you guys are putting the legacy of Walker and the legacy of Landry pitting against one another. And I think that if we look at this in a very democratic way, Jim, you would see that it is by right that they deserve the right to stay in their own building. I just heard Adrian talk about $500,000. I just heard Adrian also talk about money they've begun to raise. If they've raised close to $1 million and then they have $500,000, that's $1.5 million that they can invest in that school, keeping them there. That's $1.5 million there. That not to go in and rebuild or add something into an existing building, but take that $1.5 million and invest in that school. I don't see where it's a problem where LGS Charter, which is probably in a financial crisis, should take both of those schools. And if they're doing such a great job, then why can't they manage both of those schools? I mean, you're hearing this time after time that we're interested in keeping both legacies and both schools separate. They've earned the right to get their own school. Why is it that you're going to put them in a building that exists? And the population of that school is more space, John, than it is seating. That school is much smaller, with much classrooms, some sizes than it was when the old Landry existed. So you really got to get you guys facts together when we talk about that. But I'm urging the BESE board. I am against the merger. I supported this BESE board. I supported the efforts in the city of New Orleans. I strongly believe that you guys need to stop the merger and sit down and try to figure out how this works. If they raise $1.5 million, they're the CMO, they're a management firm. Invest that money in the school. You're pitting communities against one another, and it's not all about children. Everybody understands that children come first. Everybody understands that. So we're not going to have an argument that this side loves children, this side doesn't, and no one cares about children. That's not the argument. Everyone in this room cares about children. That's why they drove up here. The fact of the matter remains that we must, this body here, must consider that information came across y'all desk very late. You're taking the grunt of it. You shouldn't. But at this point, you're the only people that are at the mercy of a decision of the community, not the RSD or the superintendent right now. In all respect, I think we need to do the right thing. And I think if you do the right thing and allow the leadership in the community that represents this body to get together with those individuals to talk about that and how that would look, because it's not a sense of urgency. We did it at Carver. It wasn't a sense of urgency. Their issue was, if this is going to be a mob, let's put this in place. SWAT team, security, that's what you was going to do. But yet we were able to get together with leadership of Karen Jones and make sure that same mistake that RSD made, without communicating effectively to the community, and was able to make that a reality where the alumni of Carver, the collegiate family, and the children were able to have a wonderful first day. That was efforts by myself and Ms. Earn Jones with the leadership to do that. And it can happen again. And it was a sense of urgency then. They didn't make the decision to bring a principal in the Carver to 3 weeks before school was going to open with a direct RSD run. So when we talk about sense of urgency, that's not fair to say that.
Wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you, Jim. But anyway, I'm against the merger. I ask that you reconsider. I ask my fellow friends up here looking at me to reconsider the merger, take leadership in this. BESE members, take leadership in this. Take leadership in this. And vote your right conscience, not the political conscience. And not use anyone up here as a sacrificial lamb. And that you make the best choice and then revamp this, revisit this, and make it happen. And I strongly recommend that LGS Charter manages land. I have no problem with them getting that school. But here's the closer. Inspired Charter has created their own charter operator, which has 2 schools. I want to leave this as a point of reference to all of y'all. They have 2 schools now. They have Carr and Alice Hall. I promise you this, in 2 years, you remember I told you this, in 2 years, it wouldn't be, and the next year, it wouldn't surprise me if Berman moved over. That's 3 successful schools. It wouldn't surprise me if Old Prairie Walker with a brand new building again, because Carr getting a brand new building, Alice Hall getting a brand new building, it wouldn't surprise me that move be over there. So in Adrian, in your defense and your support, you're going to have competitive charter operators over there, which at one point going to be competing with one another. And at some point, we look at LGS Charter, which is now not doing so well in schools, demographically, in grades, in SPS score. Well, Inspire is going to end up taking these failing schools. And they're going to suffer financially.
I need you to wrap up your comments,
So
please.
all I'm saying, take consideration of the landscape. Look at the future of the landscape. Understand what the landscape look like. Make sure that if we're not at a sense of urgency, we've got quality leadership on both sides of the table. Allow that leadership, Mr. Garvey. Allow that leadership to take part in this actual aspect. John talked very eloquent at the beginning. He laid the groundwork. And I disagree with some of the things he said. But at the end of the day, if John and all of you have a conscience, I'm asking you, as loyal as I've been to this movement, I ask that y'all be loyal to me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Michael Stone. And as you're coming up, let me remind you and all the speakers that every time someone goes over 2 minutes, they are taking the ability for someone else to speak away from them.
Thank you, Chairman Garvey. I'll speak quickly. Thank you for offering me the opportunity to speak today. My name is Michael Stone. I am with New Schools for New Orleans, a non-for-profit organization whose mission is to deliver on the promise of an excellent public school for every child in New Orleans. We have a vision for New Orleans, 50,000 high-quality seats, one for every public school child in the city. And I'm speaking with you today to provide NSNO's perspective on the unification. And I want to first, before I get started, recognize the commitment of the folks in this room to preserving the legacy of Dr. Lord Beaconsfield Landry and a school with a powerful tradition in the Algiers community in my hometown, New Orleans. And we believe that that legacy must be preserved through this process. One of our organization's core values is student achievement first. With every decision we make, we ask ourselves, what will the impact of this decision be on student success and student performance? We are supporting this unification because at the end of the day, we believe Mary Laurie is an excellent principal, and we want more students to be served by her and her exceptional team. The Algiers Charter School Association and Ms. Laurie applied for funds from our organization this past spring to support unification and to help her staff and her students through this transition. The application process was comprehensive. We received and reviewed an extensive written application where the school had to describe everything from its academic program to its teacher support practices, to its theory for building a strong school environment, to its financial model. We then spent 4 hours at the school observing every single classroom, interviewing adults and students in the building, and observing professional development led by Ms. Laurie. Finally, we conducted a final day of interviews with Mr. Morgan, Ms. Laurie, and their teams. Our conclusion was that this is one of the most exceptional schools and exceptional leaders in New Orleans. And if she has the opportunity to serve more kids, we want to support that. As you know, these conclusions have borne out in the data. Walker had an SPS score in the 40s 4 years ago. It's now a 109. This leader runs the second highest performing high school in the RSD.
Mr. Stone, please wrap up your comments.
We ask, as you consider this issue, that you ground your decision in the educational opportunities available for the children of our city, both now and for the years to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker is Reverend Dwight Webster. And before you start, I would like to recognize two of our elected officials that I believe are still in the room. Representative Wesley Bishop was here, he is here, and Representative Patricia Smith is towards the back. Thank you for coming. Okay, Reverend.
Chairman Garvey, Chairman Romer, and to the board members and to all assembled, thank you for the opportunity to gather here. I'm representing a number of people who are not from the Algiers community, but are in solidarity with the Algiers community. As go Algiers community, so goes the rest of New Orleans. I'm here for putting the public back in public education, here to strike a blow for democracy and for civic engagement. I am offended by the paternalistic, dismissive, condescending tone and tenor that has been presumptuously presented to us today. It's an offense to thinking people, to reasoning people, that a community cannot put forth a plan that is in the best interest of its children. As I've said over and over again, I have had to go to the airport from New Orleans East. I see children on the corner at 5 and 5:30 in the morning, and it is an offense to see a school jammed into another school. I appreciate the definition of merger. I think unification sounds too much like another church that some of us are not familiar with but not happy with. This is a hostile takeover according to business practices. There were 5 high schools that are lifted up for the West Bank. One was not even mentioned, and that's the one that's going to be in the federal city. Nobody's talking about what will happen to that and the cost effectiveness of dealing with that. We have come from New Orleans, we have come from near and far, and we ask that you listen to the voice of democracy, the voice of the people, rather than someone who has not been elected to represent this constituency.
Thank you. Next speaker is Frank Buckley.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak again. I've listened to the gentleman from Algiers talk about they got enough 1.5 million that they can get. FEMA have awarded $3+ million. If we can go back to Holy Cross, the private school, and get that $4 million back, we're almost up to $10 million to renovate Walker. And then when John White says all the other parts of town, what parts of town are you talking about? New Orleans East, the lower Ninth Ward, was the hardest hit areas of Hurricane Katrina. The FEMA money came down for those schools, for that area. That's the hardest hit. You got Lusher, that's uptown. You got Wilson, all these brand new KIPP buildings that are being built uptown that did not get the brunt of Hurricane Katrina. You talk about equity. Equity is simple as this. RSD got too many failing seats. Orleans Parish need more seats. Give Orleans Parish some of those schools from RSD and start getting rid of the Recovery School District. They are the ones that are failing. Orleans Parish is passing. So close down the failing schools and start opening up some more schools in the OPS. And again, $10 million, I think O'Perry Walker can do a lot with that. And then John White makes a statement about how big the building is. When you have taught in Georgia and you have taught in Texas, Landry's not a big building. There's not one high school in the city of New Orleans that has a football stadium, that has a baseball stadium, that has a track field. Those are big schools. Thank you.
Mr. Garvey.
Ms. Beebe?
May I respond to this gentleman because he stole my thunder? I agree wholeheartedly that we have the Orleans Parish School Board, and then as it relates to FEMA, as I see FEMA money, it's insurance to replace what was lost. So I think those facilities we should make accommodations to give back to the people what was lost, what they lost. But I can tell you, you know, when we look at the RSD performance and we look at this book with the contracts, that's what this is all about. It's about contracts, it's about money, it's not about improving education. So my recommendation is that we give the schools back to the Orleans Parish School Board. These people
Excuse me.
These people who
Audience,
came to
please.
the table are competent,
it
intelligent
down.
individuals, and I believe in them, and I think they deserve the right to perform and to have these schools returned to them.
Okay. Next speaker. Can we do Pat Bryant? Pat Bryant.
That's what it's all about.
I'm going to switch up.
Have you turned in a card?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Hand it to the staff. They will make copies and...
No, I made copies.
Oh, good. Thank you.
First, I'd like to acknowledge this board that has all of the power under the state constitution to run every school in the state of Louisiana, every elementary and secondary school. I was saying I acknowledge this board because it's an important board, because the state constitution says you have full power over every elementary and secondary school in this state. That's power. I brought with me this morning a copy of a newspaper article in 2010 where the former state superintendent, Mr. White, says that opening Landry School was one of his best achievements or accomplishments in his 3.5 years. That's the document been passed out. So Paul Patrick says opening Landry was one of the best things he'd ever done. What else did he say? Quote, "It is the right thing to do for the community." Also his quote, "We need it for our kids." That's what he was saying about Landry. That's in 2010, just 3 years ago. In 2011, Paul Patrick worked with a medical group out of New Orleans to have a program at Landry, according to this article, where kids could get high school credit and credit at Delgado. And upon completion, they would earn about $30,000 a year. That's what the former superintendent saw for Landry. And I asked the board, look at the facts. We talk about equity. I know equity. Equity is not giving Jacobs Engineering $28,000 a year contract. This is their second contract at $28,000, and they're going to manage the schools. Hire your own architects and engineers, as Orleans did, and you won't have to spend $70 million. Alvarez and Marcel received $29 million after all of the teachers in New Orleans were fired. That's my case, I know. They received the contract in April of 2006. The teachers were fired in March. So at the next meeting of this board, Alvarez and Marcel was awarded with a $29 million contract. Don't tell me about equity. We didn't need them from New York. We didn't have but a handful of schools. I'll say this, and I'm gonna close, because I really like what the board members from New Orleans have said. They want to work with the community. They are the community. This is my third meeting on this issue. We want to work with the BESE board. And if the RSD ever gives us some respect, we'll work with them. But if they don't give us respect, we're gonna fight for our community. And we're either gonna work with the RSD or we're gonna fight the RSD. My 3 meetings with this board on this issue, let's work together. And I say, let's stop the merger, bring people together, and let Landry be Landry, and let Walker be Landry. Let Walker be Walker. My last point, I worked at Loyola for 18 years. I taught school at Xavier for 17 years. They're educated in this room smarter than me. Give us the opportunity to help Landry be one of the best schools in the state. And if this board entrusts the community to do that, We'll come back and show you our results. But you shouldn't vote on what one person says about what's equity. We know equity.
Thank you. The next card is from Ingrid Jackson.
Good afternoon. My name is Ingrid Jackson. I'm currently a master teacher at Old Perry Walker. Before then, I was an educator from OPSB pre-Katrina, and I am a certified urban educator. I have spoken to children, and this is not about children. My concern is that we keep promising the children of New Orleans something and giving them nothing. I have a few comments. Last night I watched the YouTube video of the prior meeting on May 29th, and I was appalled. The children that I teach and touch every day, even those that I just met at LB Landry, are wonderful children. They're not gangsters. Gangsters don't come to school. They rather sell drugs and do any type of heinous crimes they can during the daytime. Children want to learn. They want to be respected. Change is hard. Change is uncomfortable. It is your decision today to decide if you're going to make people uncomfortable, but allow them to have their voice. But at the end of the day, we are here for children. So with that being said, think of children. I understand the legacy of both schools, and I respect that legacy. My grandmother has been a resident of Algiers since 1975. So I understand where the heart runs, the blood runs deep. But out of all of this, we need to come together and make a decision for children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Derek Lamont.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you all for having us again. I'll make sure I'm brief. And Mr. Garvey, you said earlier that this isn't a question and answer session, but I do want to direct either comments or questions to Mr. White. And I just want you to know that when you come up with these numbers, first of all, I've been in Algiers for 52 years, okay? I got to know a lot of people because we were so poor growing up that we thought moving was what we were supposed to do. So I was fortunate enough to have to live from the cutoff all the way through Brooklyn Street in Algiers. You understand? And when you start telling me about numbers, so you'll know, board, I was also the head football coach at Old Perry Walker, and I worked with these people for 5 years, their friends and their family. Yeah, we've been at odds, but you know what? We just disagree, and we still love each other. My mother just passed, and you know what? I probably got a call from every single one of them. So yeah, we had odds and we had differences about with this takeover, because I'll never call it, and I told you this on December 15, 2011 in Landry's Auditorium, I'll never call it, never, a merger or unification. It's a takeover, but it's not a takeover by Old Perry Walker. You made a recommendation, and the community has reached out to you several times. We've sent you certified letters. We've sent you communications. We've sent them to Mr. Dobard, and I made a comment at our last meeting that Mr. Dobard wouldn't call me. That was incorrect. I talked to him yesterday. But what I'm telling you is, when you start talking about community, culture, and children, I'm not going to sit up here and tell you it's about the kids like everybody else like to sing that song. I always tell you, go see. Let people do that. Let the children say it. And some children going to say, yeah, I'm happy with this, and some children going to say, yeah, I'm happy with that. All I'm telling you is when you come to Algiers, Mr. White, and you start slinging out these bogus numbers that you've been slinging out, I done been in politics.
Please wrap up your comments.
Okay, I done been in politics. And one of the things we have to do in politics is make sure we understand the demographics and the numbers, especially in communities. And in Algiers, if you want to win a citywide election, you better win District 15. You better win it. And I have to keep up with those numbers. Because fortunately, but sometimes unfortunately, I just happen to be a popular person being a head football coach of both schools. But those numbers that you send out, we really don't appreciate it, because you can come up with all of these numbers, but right now, and I'm gonna close with this, Mr. White, you can't name 3 streets in Algiers. But you're gonna sit up here and tell us from our community what's equity and what's best? Come on, man. Please stop insulting us, and I've asked you that more than once. And you lobbying, and we understand. Board, all I ask you is to not listen to us with that legacy. That legacy piece didn't come from Landry people, because it's an insult to Oliver Perry Walker and who he was and what he stood for, and L.B. Landry and who he was and what he stood for. This ain't about no legacy. This is about helping our children. So that's all we ask you to do. Vote this down. We ask you to vote this down and give us the opportunity, because you know what? Just like we have complaints about it, we also have solutions, because we believe in that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Cheryl Eglin. And again, I'll remind the speakers, please be succinct, because any time we go over, we are taking speaking opportunities away from other people.
Yes, I'll be brief. My name is Cheryl Eglin, and I come as a instructor, teacher at Old Perry Walker High School. I teach health and physical education, and I also coach girls volleyball and girls track and field. And I've come at a couple of meetings to speak, and I'm not one who normally gets into, coming in, but when I hear things said that are not true, that's when I feel a need that I have to come, because I'm there every day. I know a lot of people that we have here, they're passionate about what they feel about the situation, but they're not there every day. So, and I think it's kind of wrong to make a statement about what's going on if you're not there every day. Being somebody that coaches, I get access, I get to see these kids there. I'm at practice with the kids. And to say that, a lot of them were saying the kids were going to be fighting, they're going to do this and that just hasn't happened. And, I'm there every day. Like I said, these kids, they come faithfully every day. They're ready to practice. They're excited about what's going on. And I think that for me as an educator, because I was one that chose to be an educator. And the reason I chose was for, to try to make a difference in a kid's life. And to see them excited about coming to school in the summertime when it's 90-something degrees, they could be at a pool, a park or something, and they're coming to school for practices, they're coming to school for all these different things that we offer. I get excited about that. And that's why I'm just here to say that, what I've seen, not what somebody's told me, not what somebody is thinking is going to happen, what I've seen with these eyes, on a daily basis at practice, at track meets with kids. There was a meet where Old Perry Walker finished second, Landry finished third, and the kids went up to the guy. They said, no, we're Landry Walker now. You have to add our points together. And this is, like I said, it's not stuff I'm making up. This is stuff that I've been at. And those are the things that I get excited about and that are in the forefront of my mind when I think about this entire situation, because that's all that really matters. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Frank Joshua.
Good afternoon. My name is Frank Joshua. I'm a 1980 graduate of L.B. Landry. I'm also a 1984 graduate of Xavier University. A lot of things were said here today. Numbers was thrown out without being accurate, of course. And I'm here against the merger. And the reason being, I'm a true believer that Landry deserves an opportunity to show you what it can do. And given that opportunity, I think you guys would really be impressed with what they can do there. One of the things I definitely want to point out is that, I keep hearing about a master plan and money, equitable. If that was the case, then Walker wouldn't be trying to be merged into L.B. Landry. Landry would have a chance to stand on his own 2 feet and show you what it can, in fact, do. Before the storm, it was a positive school. It's been educating kids in the community since 1938. So it has history of educating kids in the community. And given that opportunity again with certified teachers and with an administration that hadn't changed, be consistent for 3 to 5 years, I think you guys will see that it will, succeed in that effort. Over the years, I think the administration have changed 4 to 5 times at Landry. You cut the administration, you didn't allow the kids to enroll there, so a bunch of negative things have happened. At this point in time, let's be fair, let's be equitable. I keep hearing that word thrown out since early this morning. Everybody wants to be equitable. If we're going to be equitable, let's be equitable across the board. and allow everybody to succeed. I hear about Walker, no one mentioned Carr. Someone told me Carr is getting a brand new school. Where is that money coming from? You guys know Carr is getting a new school? That's millions of dollars. If you give Walker some of that money, Walker has a large campus. Walker could be one of the biggest schools on the West Bank if you allowed them to do that. Academically, they're doing great over there. So again, if you're going to be equitable across the board. Carr was a middle high school 10, 15 years ago. Now you want to build them a high school? Think about history. When you talk about history, you only had 2 high schools on the West Bank at one point. L.B. Landry, O'Hara Walker. Okay? Then you convert a middle high school into a high school. And it's, I think you mentioned only 4 schools. We have 5 high schools on the West Bank. If you're talking about demographics, do we really need 5 high schools? So again, I'm against the merger, and let's be equitable, and you guys be fair. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sidney Bartholomew. Okay. Next speaker is Tasha Payne.
Good afternoon. My name is Taisha Payne, and I'm one of the assistant principals at O'Perry Walker. What I would just like to say is at this day and point, as some of my colleagues alluded to earlier, school is going to be opening. And my greatest concern is a level of chaos, not necessarily, with what would happen in necessarily Walker or even if Landry if they were to be separate, but really, what are we saying to our children? We've been selling this to our children. We've been, trying to get our children to understand what this merger is about, and then or this unification is about, and then to take that back just doesn't seem fair to children. I think at the end of the day, I'm an educator. Born and raised in a New Orleans community, not Algiers, but New Orleans. And I understand what it means to have pride in your community and fight for what's right. I applaud the Landry community for doing what they perceive is right for their community. But I will say this, it bothers me to my core that children have not gotten what they needed to be successful after leaving high school. There's been a struggle there, and it's not to demoralize any persons or anyone in charge of doing anything over at Landry, but the reality is they just haven't gotten what they needed in the form of education over these past few years. And I think what is presented with the unification is an opportunity to give them more experiences, more opportunities. Somebody's being rude, and I've been very disrespectful.
Please, audience, respect the speaker. Thank you.
And so for me, it's really about putting children first, as some of my colleagues have said, and giving them opportunities to have quality educational experiences. And that's what I feel like this unification brings to the table. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Peter Watson. Okay, while we're waiting for him, Peter Watson, Pastor Tom Watson, I'm sorry.
Some of us know Scripture, it declares without a vision, the people perish. I'm here representing a couple of groups, Justice and Beyond, pastor 2 local churches, one of which historically was started in Algiers in 1925 by my grandfather, who was a great educator, retired from Carter G. Woodson Junior High School back in the 50s when I was born. People of Algiers are a unique group of persons, unique in that they're very loyal to what they believe in. And I know many of the alumni of Landry. I've pastored them, still pastor some of them. My son pastors in the area now on Casa Calvo Street there. The constituents of Landry have presented a vision to this board. The question is, will you listen to their voices? They have a plan. Though it may not be fully developed, at least they have come to the table to say, we have a plan for our community. Mr. White, you touched a nerve when you brought up the word equity, and it seems to be thematically the thing most of us are responding to in one way or another. I told you publicly when you first came to this, that is our city of New Orleans, as the RSD superintendent, I thought it was inequitable. You came to our city. They told me you were coming to be interviewed. The next thing I know, within an hour, you're the superintendent with a BA degree, working on a master's. When you talk about equity, you got to be very careful that you first walk in that equity. Now, you didn't bring yourself here, so there's some powers that got you here. So we can't blame you for being here. Somebody released you to be here. We're asking you to release us to perform as a good public school. Okay? And that is, we have a plan. The plan can be implemented. Give us access. I don't believe we would be having this conversation if there was equity. I don't believe tons of people who are here from New Orleans would have drove here today if there was equity. This gentleman here says to us that if we are not quiet, let me finish. You know, preachers have 3 closings, so I'll go to my last closing. Listen to me, listen to me. You have literally threatened, what is your name, sir? I don't know you. Mr. Garvey, you have literally threatened us. You said an hour ago, if we don't get quiet, you would shut the meeting down. That doesn't mean anything, but that's not equitable. It's equitable to say everybody has 3 minutes. You would not do this to Lusher School. You would not do this to Hines. You would not do this to Benjamin Franklin.
Audience,
okay? So no, leave the audience alone. You're citizens. We pay taxes.
Sir,
you know, leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Leave us alone. Let us talk. This is our meeting also, sir. Mr. Garvey, you got to understand something. Equity means you listen to us as we listen to you.
I ask you to lower your voice.
Yeah. I can be emotional. Every preacher get emotional if you're a good preacher. Yeah. I'm emotional because we're playing games with our children. Stop playing games on the backs of our children and citizens in Algiers. I am against the merger because the alumni, the constituents, and the village, if you will, of Algiers has a vision to keep that school open and make it vibrant. My time is up. Thank you for yours.
Next speaker is Jimmy Finney. Jimmy Finney. Actually, I don't see him in the audience. Next speaker is Julius Hamilton.
Hello, everyone. I'm a proud graduate of LB Landry, also studying University of Baton Rouge. I like to say, as far as short span notes, not here to be long, but I like one thing he did say as far as the supportive comment. Your names are Mr. Darby, you said, or the whole panel. It seems intimidating. It seems, my thing here is simple. Life is simple. It's what we all make of it. It's been a long journey. People are at unrest. As far as an educator, myself, working with children, dealing with the community, I can attest to say one thing. Let's say, for example, quickly, if you have an autistic child, and I place the word autism just like, because it has the characteristics of a person that exhibits behaviors when they're not used to changing as sudden or as frequent. You are putting not only the community, but think about the kids who are going in these classrooms or the schools at like August is approaching, football season, everything. I mean, these things are at unrest. Things are uneasy. Things will be just tossed and toiled and turned. So we need to put people at rest. We need to let people go to sleep at night, stop waking up every week after week, we're receiving emails, bombarding us with emails, text messages, everything. Come out to this meeting, support this, do that. Keep it simple, stupid, KISS. I mean, mnemonic device, whatever you want to call it, KISS. Life is what we make it. Evidence-based practice. Last, I'm going to say this and I'm going to leave. EBP. I don't care what degree I have, you have, anyone has. There won't be a dry eye in this room if, for instance, you just say, for instance, because we know you got the gavel to hit right now on this whole thing, to say this thing will merge, let's say, for instance. And without the evidence-based practice, where I'm going with that, you know what EBP is. EBP, I don't need to get in a long, drawn-out story. It means base everything on facts and evidence, from historical issues, theoretical notions, or anything, not just spontaneous, haphazard. The blue book that she held up earlier that I saw, based upon money and taxes or citizens' taxpayer dollars and all of these things. We need to keep in mind EBP, evidence-based practice, with this decision to be against the merger situation. So, like I said, keep it simple, stupid. Thank you.
The next speaker is Zoe Briscoe.
Good morning. I'm currently teaching at Edna Carr High School. I've heard a couple people mention that. But I did used to work at L.B. Landry and at Old Prairie Walker High School, so I have a little bit of a different perspective than others. I'm also an Algiers resident. My concern is this. The takeover, when it started, the community was definitely against it. John White, Patrick Dobard, Dana Peterson, they obviously had a plan and intended to implement that plan whether we liked it or not. They've gone so far now as to start actually doing activities together. It's like a chess game. We're going to do as much as we can so they can't turn around and turn it back. I remember when I first took the job at L.B. Landry as the master teacher, I was at RSD filling out paperwork. It was my first time meeting John White. We met in the hallway. He asked me my name. I told him. He asked me where I was going to work. I told him L.B. Landry. He asked me where I was coming from. I said, Old Prairie Walker. He said, why would you leave Walker to go to Landry? I was stunned by that question because I thought that our goal was for all schools to be high-performing schools. So my intention was to take what I had learned, go to Landry, and help build a school from the ground up. But little did I know we weren't going to be allowed to enroll any students. Therefore, we didn't meet our target as far as how many students that we'd had, so staff had to be let go. Because I spoke against that, I was one of the staff that was let go. And so those are some of the things that have been going on at RSD that the BESE board didn't know about that I wanted you to be aware of. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Kanisha Nelson. Okay, while we're waiting for her, the next speaker is Kenneth Grooms.
Good morning to everyone here, BESE Board, Mr. White. I am a 1967 graduate of L.B. Landry, and I believe in my high school and I believe in giving back to my community. And it troubles me to think that there has been a concerted effort to make Landry fail. And the reason why I say that is because when the school first, or before the school actually opened, L.B. Landry had a principal. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks before school started, that principal was dismissed. A second principal was hired right at the dedication time. within 30 to 45 days, that principal was fired. L.B. Landry received its third principal before December of that particular year. It is very important that your principal be the leader of the school, because the principal sort of sets the groundwork for how the school will be run. After the third principal was there, he accomplished a lot of his goals. Lo and behold, at the end of the school year, he was removed. Then we were told that we would get another principal. This person that came on board was not a principal. This person was identified with her business card from RSD as a transition person. She was there to do the transition from L.B. Landry to whatever they're going to do next. Our kids have suffered because of this. Our SPS scores were around 60 after only 2 years of existence. It took Eau Pair Walker 5 or 6 years to get to that 60. They are doing well now. We need to have that same opportunity. I came back to L.B. Landry and established a tutoring program for student athletes in math, English, and the sciences. I had working for me Mrs. Zoe, the lady that just left a few minutes ago, as my master teacher and as a certified teacher in biology and mathematics. Coach Skip, who's also certified, was the football coach.
Sir, please wrap up. You can
wrap it up. Both those individuals were dismissed. How does one dismiss a certified coach, that an athletic director that runs the entire athletic program? And if we know anything about kids, we know they always look up to their coaches. Coach Skip was dismissed. Miss Zoe, she was dismissed, a certified teacher. So, in just thinking about it, ladies and gentlemen, can you imagine a school that is struggling academically and you dismiss 2 of their certified teachers, 2 of their master teachers? That tells me that there's a concerted effort to make that school fail. That tells me when you stop kids that live in the community, that kids that live in the 1100 block of L.B. Landry, not to have access to become students at L.B. Landry. That tells me where you have children, young ladies, girls 15 and 16 years old, to tell them they have to get on a public bus in New Orleans and travel to the Ninth Ward. No one in this building would allow their daughter, 15 or 16 years old, to get up 5, 6 o'clock in the morning and ride the public buses of New Orleans. You wouldn't do that. You would not allow your child to come home 6 or 7 o'clock in the evening. And this is what we've been faced with. Mr. White, you're not from this area. You don't know what we're all about. You really don't. And you've not made a concerted effort to find out what we're about, because we ask you time and time to meet with us. You met with us once, and that was it. We tried to meet with you. You just refused. I am in favor of L.B. Landry staying L.B. Landry. I'm in favor of Walker, that is a very good academic school, to get the monies that they need. What did the people at Walker do?
We need you to wrap it up.
What did the people, the kids and instructors at Walker do not to be able to get their money to rebuild their schools? You're financing failing schools, but yet you don't want to finance a school that you should be proud of because of the academic excellence? I don't understand that. Please do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Rich Jackson.
Good afternoon. I'm going to promise that dial it down. I decided not to really come up here because much of what has been said is some things that I discussed before, and I'm kind of a little upset right now because I'd like to just give me some time. I remember when I was in college at Southern University, and there was a lot of things that we talked about inequity. And we used to ride the bus from New Orleans, and they would put us off here downtown. Greyhound bus would leave downtown Baton Rouge, past 1 block from Southern University, but they wouldn't take us. We had to find our way to get to Southern University. Then we couldn't eat at the cafeterias down here. And a group of us got together, and we organized a boycott. And we marched down, walked from Southern University to downtown Baton Rouge. And from that boycott, we made some changes were made that all of us in this room enjoy. You enjoy eating with black people enjoy eating with you. And we was able to go to some of the department stores whereby if we tried on clothes, we had to take the clothes whether or not they fit or not. Now, I'm saying that, and I kind of brought that up a little bit because that's the kind of person I am, and I will not rouse the crowd up or anything like that, because when I was coming up there to tell me, be calm. I'm going to be calm. I'm a former professional football player, so you know my background is a little different from most of you all in here. When you look at back in 2005, when Landry closed down, all the kids from Landry went all over the place, in the state, in the parish, outside of the parish. When they went to O'Para Walker, they didn't go over there with L.B. Landry at O'Para Walker. They went over there and enjoyed the program. If you look at the historical aspects of L.B. Landry, the principal at L.B. Landry back in 1970 was Dr. Aubrey. He was the first. Where did he come from? He came from L.B. Landry. Most of your teachers that you had at some point in time at O'Para Walker are Landry graduates. So Landry did something. So all we asking that Landry be Landry historically, all down the parish, all over. When there's a situation between a white school and a black school, and I hate to come across like that, what happens? We change the name of the black school, or we just dismiss the black school. We have legacy. We have people that have inspired us. You look at George Washington Carver, Booker T. Washington, J.S. Clark, and all those people have inspired us. What are we doing? Now it has turned around. We have O'Para Walker. Hey, Miss Lori come over to L.B. Landry, and she's the instructional leader. Then we don't have a problem with that, but we do have a problem with changing the name of that school. And if you look at Mr. White, I think it was a month before the Super Bowl, we met with you in that aisle over there. We asked that you meet with us. You agreed to meet with us. We sent certified letters. You failed to show up. I had a very important, I lost $2,500 on a meeting that I was supposed to be doing with the NFL doing Super Bowl meet because I thought we was going to meet with you. Adrian, he has lied to me. I met with him at three times at my house. He lied. Every time we would go to a supposed to be a legacy meeting, I already had the information in my hand that the meeting was supposed to be about. And that happened throughout this ordeal. And some other instances that has happened. Here again, I'm going to close because, like I say now, I kind of get, and I think you're familiar with what happens. And I don't want to do that. And all we asking is that school, L.B. Landry, has been around here for right at 75 years, continues to be called L.B. Landry. Now, you can bring anyone into that school and be the instructional leader. We don't have any thing to do it. And then we talk about the athletic program. Athletics has been good to me. I have 3 kids who graduated from college. My wife is college educated. But it's not about athletics. It's about children getting a solid education so that they can go on effective psychomotor and cognitive domains. We're talking about whole child development. That's what this thing is about. And I hope that you all will really take in consideration the plea, the cry of the audience, and some of the things that has been said prior to me coming here. And I'm going to close because, like I said, I don't want you to, direct me to close. I'd rather close on my own, on a good card. Again, remember, when Landry went down, no one really worried about whether that Landry would be rebuilt. And after Landry was rebuilt, then everybody, oh, nice school. But the name of that school remained what? L.B. Landry. Defunct. No school. The kids went over to O'Para Walker. They didn't go over there and say, we want this school to be called Landry Walker or Walker Landry. And that's the same feeling that we have. Ms. Lori, our whole staff, some of the Landry graduates come back. L.B. Landry, you're going to have a problem. But guess what? I travel at West Bank. I'm in that West Bank community every day, in and out, in and out. And I talk to kids. Kids pass my house. Those kids know me. You know why they know me? Because of my professional background. And I hear what they say. And I'm not here to speak in terms of athletics. I'm speaking here in terms of what's right. And you all can do the right thing. Just one time. We are asking you all one time just to do the right thing. The Algiers community is crying. They're begging you to not to interfere with the name of L.B. Landry. L.B. Landry today, L.B. Landry tomorrow, L.B. Landry forever. So I'm going to close. Thank you for allowing me an opportunity. Thank you for not interfering with me. Thank you.
The next speaker is Ashana Beard. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am not an L.B. Landry graduate, nor do I work at Au Pair Walker. I am here representing United Students of New Orleans. I've talked to children all over this city, and for the most part, what all of them want is a real education. So the children have been saying that there's something wrong with their education, and one of them just recently, he just graduated, he said, I got it. We're not being educated anymore, we're being conditioned. So they want a real education. Why is it important that Landry stay Landry and Walker stay Walker, and they get both of them get the funding they need to be viable schools, right? That's the question. A lot of people have given Landry a lot of criticism around why is it so important that they keep their name. And at first there weren't words that I could put with it, but I talked to Skip and I talked to some of the young people, and one of them told me a story, and I can't remember which one, so I'm going to try to make it brief and tell you. He said, in the movie Roots, there's a scene where Kunta Kinte is being beaten, right? And he says, your new name is Toby. And he keeps beating him, right? Toby. Well, why won't he just say Toby and stop getting beaten? Why won't he do that? Why is it so important that he keep his own name? Is it just about his name, or is it about his self-identity and owning his own skin? Is it just about the name L.B. Landry, or is it about owning your own school and owning your own community? And I want to ask you, how important is your name to you? How important is your name of your house, your family name, your legacy to you? We don't have much in our community but our relationships with each other. If we had millions and millions of dollars, we'd build our own schools and we'd leave y'all alone, trust me. So what I'm here to say is that all of our children don't understand how important legacy is yet, because they're children. But they do understand that their voices should have meaning. Their parents and community voices should have meaning and value. They deserve to win and be heard. So if you're not respecting their parents, their grandparents, and their community, the likelihood of them believing that you will respect them and them growing up to be community leaders is probably not great. So I ask you to do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Malcolm Saber. Super. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I won't repeat what people have said, but this forced merger is anti-democratic at its core. Our community has been victimized time and time and time again, and this is the further victimization. And basically, the BESE board, you have an opportunity to stop this victimization. This is being orchestrated by Mr. White, and we don't think that that should be allowed to go down. We must respect, we claim that we respect public input, we claim that we respect local control, and yet, nearly 8 years after Katrina, we have not been given the right that every other parish in this state has, that is local control of our schools, by people who are elected by ourselves. And this is what this is all about. We ask you today to vote against this merger, this forced merger, and allow the people of New Orleans to, and the citizens of Algiers to have a say-so in their future, that they can invest and to honor our past, as the previous speaker said. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Sylvia Anderson. Okay. That concludes the speakers that we have on this item. Turn to the BESE members. Do we have comments from BESE members? I'm sorry, we called your name and you were out. That's Jimmy, I believe. We called out all the cards. We did have someone else that we called out that didn't. Jim Finney?
I am Dr. Finney.
There we go. Thank you.
If O. Perry Walker has good SBS scores and it's merging with L.B. Landry, which has poorer school performance scores, that is exactly the gaming of the system that Mr. White is criticizing my local East Baton Rouge School Board for doing. So my question is, and it's a rhetorical question, will Superintendent White and Mr. Romer and Superintendent Dobar be writing letters to the editor criticizing themselves? Second point, if O. Perry Walker indeed has a waiting list, it sounds like you're fixing something that's not broken. If you've capped the enrollment artificially at L.B. Landry, then I think a much easier fix would be to lift that cap, if that's the case. If you want to use space properly, then there's some really low-hanging fruit not far from this building. Merge Capitol High and Estruma High with their total enrollment of 571 students, and give your choice of one of those buildings back to the East Baton Rouge School Board. Merge the 3 middle schools that you're sitting on, wasting space in North Baton Rouge with a total enrollment of 576. Let the RSD run one of those buildings and give the other 2 back. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Was there someone else who turned in a card that... Okay. Was that you? Okay. Please come and speak. Oh, we called him out and he asked for someone else. Yes.
Good afternoon. Pat Bryant from Justice and Beyond. We're a coalition of organizations across New Orleans and other places, including the NAACP, and many organizations that have constituency in New Orleans, and the NAACP constituency statewide. Now, I mention that because the dealings of RSD and the Department of Education are being felt outside of New Orleans. And people around the state are tired. People around the state are beginning to say they're not going to take it anymore. Mr. White, I want you to tell the governor that education is important to us. There was a song that we used to sing, before I'll be a slave, I'll be buried in my grave and go home to my what? Go home to my Lord and be what? Be free. Do the right thing.
Thank you. That concludes the speakers. Do we have BESE members that would like to address this issue or ask questions? Ms. Hill?
Yes. First, I'd like to thank both of the communities for coming out today, because you really shown that you are diligent into your communities and that you're passionate about your people and your community. So I want to thank you guys for coming and standing up for what's right. But I've been working with this community for a couple of months now. When they initially came to me, I didn't represent New Orleans. I don't represent New Orleans. I represent East Baton Rouge Parish and surrounding areas. But in my heart, I'm here for children and all children, and to do what's right by children. And so when the community came out and they poured their hearts out to me, I felt the need to step in and to do what was right. And Superintendent White, as I went through this community, even in the town hall meetings, standing room only, Ms. Jones was there, Ms. Beebe was there, passionate people about their community, to wanting to do what's right for their children. And then we may say, well, everyone says it's about the children, it's about the children. Why are the children not here? That's why their parents are here. That's why it's individuals like for me, like my ancestors who fought for me to have this right where I'm sitting right now. Because without them, I won't be here. So these people are standing up for their community, they're standing up for what's right. But the main issue at hand is, when you look at the Recovery School District, the policy and the purpose of the Recovery School District is not long-term. The purpose for the state to come in and help a school is to transform these schools, and they're not doing a great job at it. They're not. And so we are recycling our kids. And even when you look at the Recovery School District, these schools should still be in the Recovery School District, especially in New Orleans. It's been over 7 to 10 years, and the schools are still failing. But then we allow charter operators to come in and take over the school for 2 or 3 years. They make money off the kids. They leave, and a new charter come in, and they make money off the kids. And then the kids are still failing, Superintendent White. They're still failing. But then you give us these books and give us numbers and data, and these kids still can't pass the leap in the eye. These kids still can't go on, even in the Recovery School District. So what we're doing is still not working. You know why? Because we have not gone to these communities and asked them what they need. We have not given them the support. And so I stand firmly. And I'm a new board member. The master plan and everybody that's a part of the master plan. I wasn't here. But what I can say is that I would like for us as a board to come together and stop the merger until we get a clear understanding. I'm speaking for myself. So I get a clear understanding of what the master plan is and what was the purpose of merging the two schools, because we still haven't got that information. We asked the Recovery School District to give us some responses, and we have yet to get any of those responses. And so I'm here to say that I would hope that we all look into our hearts and do the right thing, because a lot of us on this board is not clear of why these schools are merging. We still don't know why. We still don't even know when the master plan, the group gonna meet. We don't even know that. And so that's all I have to say.
Ms. Jones?
I just want to start by apologizing. I got dental surgery a couple days ago, so I need to speak slow. I said I want to apologize. I got dental surgery a couple days ago, so I want to speak slowly, and I prepared some remarks. But I want to start by just addressing the fact that Ms. Hill, although on this issue we see eye to eye, I want to mention the fact that I disagree with you on many of the overall comments you're making about the progress in New Orleans. And I want to start there because then we're going to spend the majority of the time, obviously, looking at this particular situation, which I feel very, very strongly about and thought a lot about. I, a year ago, stood at the Lakefront Arena and watched as the first graduating class of collegiate academies cross the stage and was sending 85% of their kids to four-year colleges. And I saw the grandparents and the mothers and the brothers and the sisters and the cousins clap as these kids not only crossed the stage, but then second lined out the room. And I know for a fact that there are amazing things happening in buildings across the city of New Orleans because I'm in them every day and I know the educators. And so to say that there's not success happening anywhere is an oversimplification of the problem, and I want to make sure that it's clear and on the record. clear and on the
Excuse me.
record that that I think there are good things happening across the city of New Orleans in many places. Now, the goal is to make sure that that can happen for all children, and I think there has to be a way to have this conversation and recognize that it doesn't actually have to be such a polarized issue, that it is in fact possible to say that there are good things happening in other places, and that doesn't take away from the fact that that should not be the case for all children in all places across our city. And so I want to start by mentioning the Times-Picayune article that came out a couple days ago that spoke specifically about the student merger, and from the perspective of students. And you know, talked about the resilience of the kids and how much they're working together. And as I read the story, I wasn't surprised, because the truth is our kids will always be resilient. Our children are capable, they are talented, they are resilient. And regardless of whatever situation the adults in their lives put them in, our kids come back fighting every last time. And so that's what you see happening, is you see kids making the best of a very, very challenging situation. Was not surprised. I want to go on to say that the adults, when I think about the leadership, Miss Lori, her team, I think about the fact that some of our best educators, what has led them to be successful amidst challenging educational systems, not just here in New Orleans, but across the country, has been the ability for adults to lead despite dysfunction. And the reality is that's exactly what you see Miss Lori and her team being able to do. Despite the dysfunction, they've been able to figure out a way to put the kids first and move forward. And I commend you for that. However, when I think about our role as systems leaders, which is exactly what I signed on to do when I decided to run for elected office and represent this community, and also what we all do in our respective roles, we have to look at the systems that we put in place that enable, and the conditions that enable the adults, the educators and the kids, the families and the communities to thrive most. And so I'm looking at this from a systems perspective and recognizing the leadership that has existed to date at the school level and recognizing the extraordinary resilience of the kids involved. And when I look at this from a system standpoint, there are two questions that continue to come up in my mind that I cannot resolve. The first, what is ultimately in the best interest of the long-term educational opportunities for the children involved in this situation, which is what we should all be thinking about in every situation that we make as adults. What is in the best interest of the children involved when we think about their right to attain an excellent education? That's the first question. The second is, when we look at this situation, right, and we go back to the beginning, way before this board, and we say, was this situation managed, conceived of, designed, executed in a way that engendered public trust and public will, right? Those are the two questions that matter to me when I think about this particular situation. And I want to address the second one first. When I think about the way this situation has come to play out, and countless speakers spoke to it, from the beginning of the building being built too big to the history of Landry and what happened for years in that building after Katrina, I come down time and time again on the fact that this situation was not managed well, was not managed in a way that enabled both schools to be successful, specifically Landry to have a chance of being successful. When I think about Walker, I think about a tremendous success story and the amount of results that you've been able to acquire after the storm. And I have serious questions about why we would do that, put anything at risk to that success. That success is proven. We need your children to win. The city deserves that, right? The kids in your building deserve that. And at the same time, I worry that we are setting up a model that is very risky in the plan that we have moving forward. So was this best? What did this engender public trust? Absolutely not. I hear it. I've heard it for months. I've heard it before then. There is a way to do the work that we want to do on this board that is about change, and do it in a way that respects the communities that we serve. And we have to figure out a way to do that. I feel it's our responsibility as stewards of the public to make sure that we're keeping that in mind. So the second question is about, is this in the best interest of students over the long run? And the truth is, we don't actually know the answer to that question, right? The merger might be successful. The merger may not be successful. But the issue is, the way it came to be has created such public distrust, it's hard to figure out whether or not there's any path forward that I feel comfortable with at this point. And we've had difficult conversations, and we've agreed to disagree in places. When I think about what would be in the best interest of children, I think about every child involved having the opportunity to attain an excellent education. And I feel confidently that Walker's already doing that for its school. And if there's a way to figure out how to have Landry be successful in its own right and thrive and preserve the legacy that existed before, then that would be the best case scenario. Now, I understand there are other constraints. I understand, I've heard the demographics argument, I've understand the financial argument, but when I look at all factors across the board, which is ultimately what I've had the opportunity and privilege to do working closely with this community, I have a hard time voting for this and feeling confidently that this is the only best path forward. There has to be a better, elegant solution that keeps into consideration everything we're trying to value around making sure that our children thrive and doing so in a way that respects the voices of so many others in the community that have such unrest about it. So at this point, I can't support it because I just feel there has to be a better way moving forward. Now, there was something Terrence said earlier. Again, I feel, Terrence, every time you speak, I end up coming back to something you said. If it is the will of this board to move forward at this time, then what I would really ask is we revisit this again when the master plan comes forward in the next couple of years about the longer term plan. I love the way you put that. There's a short term and there's a long term. I personally cannot support the short term because I really believe at the end of the day the path that led us here is not ideal. However, if this is going to move forward, I'd love for us to be able to consider what the long term plan is for this community because it's simply too important. One more note finally as I close, and this brings it back to students again. I spent 13 years of my life working on behalf of kids in this state and 7 years working in New Orleans. As some of you know, I'm not originally from here. I'm actually from another community that has many of the same challenges as our community. I grew up in the Bronx. My parents are from the South Bronx. We struggled. They made all kinds of sacrifices to make sure that I could get a good education. And what I want to say is, there is a way to do the work that we want to do and be about the changes that are necessary for our kids and do it in a way that brings the public along with us. I have to believe that's possible. And the same challenges I see, the vitriolic nature of a lot of the debates that have happened in our own city that I see duplicated in other parts of this country, I believe unless we start to address those and figure out a way to find common ground, we will not be able to actually achieve one day for all kids in this country.
Thank you. Ms. Beebe, do you have something?
Oh, well, I'd like to offer a motion at this time.
We have you would like to offer a substitute motion?
Well, what's the motion on the table?
To receive.
Okay, I would like to move to delay the merger of O.P. Walker and Landry until administration meets with the community. Those people who spoke today, and they did say they have a plan available, meet with them to see if we can reach a happy medium there to make this work for all concerned.
And I'll second that.
Ms. Hill seconds the motion. Would you like to...
A roll call vote.
Well, would you like to discuss the motion? Or
Well,
did you just cover it?
It's not to rehash what has been stated, but again, going back to the idea that this area has been impacted by a tragedy, you know, the hurricanes. So we are trying to restore what was lost. And I understand that, you know, legacy is involved, but it's also about education. And I think as a board, we need to be cognizant of the concerns of the communities, to those who came before us today. This is a way to have further conversations regarding the merger. I do also agree, you know, when it's been said, you know, we do what is in the best interest of children, but in the, you know, and I think one of the speakers said it so eloquently, you know, when you remove the identity, a school is the community's identity, and we have an opportunity to rectify a wrong and what a proposed wrong, that we can maintain both schools. We can do that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bradford?
You know, first of all, I just want to thank the community for your passion and your loyalty to your school. As a former school administrator, there's nothing you like more to build in your school than to have that loyalty and commitment. And so I want you to know that it is appreciated. I speak to you as someone who's lived through not one but two name changes of a school that was very important to them. I keep hearing that you have a plan, but my disappointment is that nobody presented that plan. We've been talking about this on and on. I haven't seen the plan for how you're going to improve academics, and I'm sorry, I should have prefaced that. I'm about the kids. That's the most important thing to me. I appreciate you all, but I'm about the kids, and I've not seen a plan on how you're going to improve academically. And so that's an important factor to me as I start thinking about this. And Ms. Orange Jones, I really appreciate your comments, but your first question I answered differently. Because long term, and hearing the things and reading and seeing the comments from the teachers and the people who are there every day about how the children are interacting, and the fact that this builds spirit for their school and what that would do if now we said that was not important to us, the adults said this is not important, is a big concern to me. The other thing that I would say is I have concerns about what that would do to the success of academically being on track. I read a quote from Kenny Henderson saying that Landry would not have athletics. How could you do that to the children? So I think there are just some other issues on the table that maybe long term we might need to revisit. But today, I think it would be not in the best interest of the children to delay.
Mr. Romer? Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate all the board members' comments. And I appreciate everyone that took time out of their day to be here, and your passion. I've been passionate before. I went down a few weeks ago. I didn't bring a camera crew. I didn't do a press release, and I just wanted to go privately by myself to go visit with the students, because the concern that I heard most was that the students weren't supportive, and the students weren't ready for this environment to change, and therefore it made me question whether or not we could do what our goal is, which is our goal as a board is to provide the best educational opportunity we can for the most students. Okay, that's our goal. And I'm not going to name the names of everyone I met with, but I'll say this: Mary Laurie, who I did meet with for a long period of time, and her team, she spent the first hour of our meeting not talking about Walker. She spent the first hour of that meeting talking about Landry and the vision she had for it to be a school of excellence, and her passion for students, all students, Landry and Walker. And her team echoed that. And we had a candid conversation. There's a reason I didn't call the press, is I wanted people to feel free to give me their true opinion. And her team, both those members that came originally from Landry and those members that were from Walker, expressed the same desire to provide a high-quality education for as many students as they could, and they ultimately felt the way to do that was to unify the two schools. I then spent a couple hours, my favorite couple hours of the day, with the band and the band leaders. Band made up of students from Walker, band made up of students from Landry, the flag team, students from Walker, students from Landry. And first of all, let me say this: it's an awesome band. Okay? And the band leaders, there were kids who were being taught. There were not just music. Here's what struck me: they weren't being taught just music. They were being taught life lessons while being taught music. They were being taught the value of leadership. They were being taught the value of a quality education. They were being taught that the discipline of the music, not just the music, the discipline of the music would aid them the rest of their life. It was an awesome 2 hours. And they asked me to say a few words, which I did, and we had a discussion with the students. And without exception, without exception, they said they think they can be better in the future than they are today, without exception. They said the new unified school would be stronger than the sum of its parts, without exception. I asked them, were any of them nervous? I said, are any of you nervous about the merger? Hands go up. Some hands go up. I said, tell me about why you're nervous. And they said, well, we're not nervous about whether we can get along with each other. We're already getting along with each other. We're nervous because it is something new. And that's a challenge. And I said, well, your band's new, isn't it? Your band's new. You got a new band. You got members from Landry. You got members from Walker. How's your band doing? You know what they told me? Better than ever. Now, the question for me is simple. How do we provide the most opportunity for the most kids? And the question I had on my mind was, did I think these students were prepared to learn and love and live together? That was the question. And the answer was unanimous. The answer was absolutely Mr. Romer. And in fact, they were mad at BESE because they said, we've been ready. We've been ready. And we regret that we continue to have this discussion. Now, that's my day. It was a great day. And I left that campus never feeling stronger about the opportunity to help kids. Never feeling stronger about the opportunity to help kids. And let me tell you something about the students at Walker and Landry that I met with. Finest quality young people I've ever met in this state. Finest quality people I've met with. And it was a good day. So I don't support the substitute motion. I support receiving the report. And I support unifying these schools and making it the finest quality education in Louisiana.
Holly, Bofi, Ms. Boat.
Thank you. One is that I'm being asked that we have the motion repeated, and so I'll go ahead and make comments, and then we need to make sure that the motion gets repeated. Okay. And the comments I have to make are that I've thought a whole lot about this school, and I can't name 3 streets in Algiers, but when I tell you the opportunity that when I do get an opportunity to visit, I look forward to spending some time in the community, and I appreciate the passion that so many of you bring about education, because I think it's going to require us to be passionate about education to really get to the next level. And so when I think about New Orleans, and I think about the fact that 8 years ago, and you guys know the statistics better than I do, but 8 years ago we had just over 20% of the kids who were in the public school system at the proficient level, and now in 2013 we have grown by more than 30 percentage points, and that's absolutely incredible. We have so far to go. We're at over 50% of kids proficient, and we have so far to go, and it's going to take passion that's going to get us there. And I've thought a whole lot about this decision. I have a whole lot of respect for Ms. Orange Jones that represents the area, and I know that she's put a lot of time into this and thought carefully about this issue. And we definitely are of the same opinion that community matters, that it's going to be our communities that make the difference in education. Where I have to disagree is what we have to do right now. And I feel like right now we need to proceed as we have planned, because we have kids who are going to be reporting to school in August. And so while I think it's really important for us to figure out how community becomes a greater part of the formula that ends up in decisions that we make, I'm not going to be able to support this motion. But that doesn't mean that I'm not hearing your voices, and that I'm not adamant about figuring out a way to make sure that we can figure out how to get community involved more in the work that we're doing. So thank you for your time. I want to say also that I appreciate the educators who came. I know that when you sign on to be a classroom teacher, that you're not signing on to get involved with the politics of education. And I've learned a lot about the politics of education recently, and it's not something that we really get into the profession to do, but it is part of it. So I just want to thank the educators who came out, because I know that, you know, it takes a lot for you to sit up here and talk about this publicly.
Okay. We're going to go to Ms. Moranti in just a second. Can we get the motion read again, please?
On motion of Ms. Beebe, seconded by Ms. Hill, Ms. Beebe requested that we delay the merger of L.B. Landry and O.P. Walker until the community of L.B. Landry can meet with the RSD, LDE administration to develop a plan that addresses the concerns of the community.
Okay. Ms. Moranti?
I need to speak against Dr. Beebe's motion, but for a different reason. I don't think that we should continue to delay what has been delayed. I think that the merger should just be taken off the table and give L.B. Landry an opportunity to come up with its plan and give them the resources to be successful. So I'm not going to vote to delay.
Well, I withdraw my
continuation.
substitute motion if you put it in the form of
I move that we take this merger off the table. I think, and for this reason, not because I do truly believe that Landry can be successful if we gave them an opportunity to come up with a plan, and that both of those schools, I know this community. I grew up in this community. I grew up with both of those high schools. I know how successful they have been. I do highly respect my colleagues' comments, and I do believe that it's in the best interest of our children if we do give Landry the opportunity to have that plan and to give them the resources to be successful.
Okay.
Mr. Garvey,
It's not quite according to Robert's Rules of Order, but you are withdrawing your motion. We are taking a substitute motion from Ms. Moranti. Do we have a second?
I second it.
We have a second for that motion. Okay. Mr. Lee?
In order for the education program to be successful, it just has to have support. And I think community support is important, but the motion that was made earlier that's now been withdrawn is exactly the action we took in New Orleans when we heard this. It came before the board at that time. And we asked that the department and the community get together and see if they could come up with anything that would permit this to move forward and give us a report at this meeting. Now, so far, I hadn't heard any response to that.
Okay. We passed out a report that the RSD put together. Okay, Mr. Lee, we passed that out.
Pardon me?
That item, there was a report that addressed some of the concerns.
Okay.
Now, the action or the request at that meeting was that RSD and the community get together and see if they could reconcile some of their differences so that we could move forward. Is that what I...
Mr. Lee, could you get closer to the microphone, please?
Are you telling me that occurred and we have a report on it?
Members, we have spoken to various members of this group. We have spoken in the time since that meeting, various members of this group. Superintendent Dobar's administration has. We have been involved.
Excuse me.
And this kind of, frankly, behavior has characterized, unfortunately, a lot of those interactions. Members, while I deeply respect the gravity of the concerns expressed by some of the members, this is a school system. When you change or disrupt one decision, there is an equal and opposite reaction elsewhere in the system. When you require that $50 million or $40 million be spent on one building, $40 million doesn't get spent on another building. when you delay the implementation of an initiative in which educators are currently working deeply to build a culture, you disrupt the culture that they are building as much as you're attempting to restore the old culture. And you can call it phony and you can call it names, but what they're doing has integrity. Members, I ask you to recognize that when you vote,
Excuse me.
you not only vote for something, but you also vote against some other possibility. And that is the condition in which we sit today. So, Mr. Lee, we have had this conversation repeatedly since that meeting and otherwise. Our team went back and put together a long explanation of all of the options that have been explored, et cetera. And I ask that you continue with this process.
We just got it today.
Okay. We have a motion on the table. We have a second for it. I think we need a roll call vote.
It's the substitute motion?
It's the motion that Ms. Moranti made.
That's all I'm asking. Roll call.
Yeah.
Read the motion.
The motion is
Mr.
to
Chairman.
not proceed with the
Excuse me.
merger
We have
of
a
LB
point
Landry
of
and
order.
Walker.
Yeah, I'd
Mr.
like to
Lee?
call a point of order. That request that was made at that last meeting, evidently, we do now have a written report that's just been handed out but has not been mentioned or discussed, and I don't know what it says, and don't really know whether any progress was made. I'm hearing that there was an effort, but not any real progress. Is that generally accurate?
No, I would say that, and excuse me, sir. I would suggest that this is a dialogue that I recognize members hear intermittently or are new to. This is not something that any one of the parties, I believe Mr. Zanders, Mr. Lamont, Mr. Dobard, or others are interested in having started. It was
You can't
here
speak for me,
because
Mr. White.
of a resources condition. We have been working on this issue, and you see compromise at every turn over the last 3 years. The name, whether it is liked or not, is a compromise. The mascot, as reported by these educators in the newspaper, is a compromise. The band is a compromise. The curriculum is a compromise. The school culture that's being built is a compromise. The dollars that are being put into the school is a compromise. At every stage there has been compromise. Unfortunately, people are saying we will not accept anything short of exactly what it is that we are asking for. And I respect that. But, Mr. Lee, I'm asking you to understand that it is not an unwillingness to take a step toward the middle that has characterized our efforts. And it's been done time and time again. And frankly, this tone is a lot of what we've been met with.
Excuse me.
Excuse
me.
I just think
Mr. Lee?
I just think it's going to be very difficult to be successful because the students are going to be affected by the parents and by the community people, and all I want is success.
Okay.
That's why I was previously seeking some type of compromise. Now, evidently, those efforts have been made, but it just hadn't worked. I just see this not a good situation. By stopping it, I also see it not as a good situation by trying to go forward with this kind of resistance.
I don't disagree with that, and I want to be clear. I don't think that the dialogue here today is one that any one of us wants. I will say this. The good news of being on the ground with the kids and the teachers every day is that it is a very different environment from this. I would also just say that there are other options, and the one real main option was expressed today. And by the way, for those of us involved in it, this was the option 3 years ago. That is to put tens of millions of dollars into the Perry Walker High School building. I'm not disputing that that's not an option. It is. And you heard a lot of people today supporting it. However, I'm here to tell you that that meeting will forecast another meeting where the person or the group whose dollars no longer could be put into their project will come to discuss with you why that's the case. And I don't hold that as a threat. That's just a fact. And we who have run school systems understand that. And I ask you to understand it and understand that a vote to not do this is a vote to do something else somewhere. That is the condition.
Okay, we have a roll call vote, please.
Yes, sir. Reread the motion. The motion made by Dr. Moranti, second by Dr. Beebe, is for the RSD and LDE not to LDE not to proceed with the merger of LB Landry and OP Walker.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Sure. For the RSD LDE not to proceed with the merger of LB Landry and OP Walker. Dr. Beebe?
Yes.
Dr. Beebe votes yes. Ms. Bophy?
No.
Ms. Bophy votes no. Ms. Bradford?
No.
Ms. Bradford votes no. Mr. Garvey?
No.
Mr. Garvey votes no. Mr. Gio?
No.
Mr. Gio votes no. Ms. Hill?
Yes.
Ms. Hill votes yes. Mr. Lee?
No.
Mr. Lee votes no. Dr. Moranti?
Yes.
Dr. Moranti votes yes. Ms. Orange Jones?
Yes.
Ms. Orange Jones votes yes. Mr. Romer?
No.
Mr. Romer votes no. Dr. Wagasback is absent. Motion fails.
Okay, the motion. Well, the substitute motion fails, so the original motion, I think, is back on the table, which is to receive the report. Can we have a roll call vote on that, please?
I need to get a little bit of clarity.
Yes, sir.
What does it mean when we receive the report?
Same as it means whenever we receive a report, that we are receiving the report that was given. Roll call vote, please.
Dr. Beebe?
Well, this is somewhat awkward because I did receive a report, but I'm voting no.
Okay. Dr. Beebe votes no. Ms. Bophy?
Yes.
Ms. Bophy votes yes. Ms. Bradford?
Yes.
Ms. Bradford votes yes. Mr. Garvey?
No. No. I'm sorry, yes.
Mr. Garvey votes yes. Mr. Gio?
Yes.
Mr. Gio votes yes. Ms. Hill?
No.
Ms. Hill votes no. Mr. Lee?
Yes.
Mr. Lee votes yes. Dr. Moranti?
No.
Dr. Moranti votes no. Ms. Orange Jones?
No.
Ms. Orange Jones votes no. Mr. Romer?
Yes.
Mr. Romer votes yes. Mr. Wagasback is absent. Motion carries.
Okay, we're going to take a lunch break and come back to finish up the agenda after that in about, the next meeting starts at 1:30, in about 30 minutes. We need a motion to recess. Mr. Lee, Mr. Romer, Ms. Bophy. Did you second? Thank you. Any objections? Ms. Bophy? Thank you.
The gentleman that's right
BESE members, we're going to start up this meeting again in about 60 seconds. Okay, who are missing anybody? Kira Lee? Oh. Can I get a motion to reconvene?
I'll make that motion.
We got Mr. Romer, second by Mr. Lee. This committee has reconvened. Next item.
They're ignoring me. Your next item is item 2.1, and it is page 1 in your booklets, but there's been a new exec rec with backup that's been passed out. It should be right on top of your booklets. The consideration of a report on types 2, 4, and 5 charter contracts and requests for amendments. And the department recommendation is to approve the request for Tallulah to change the grade level served in the first year from K-4 to K-5, and to approve Delhi Charter School to enter into an agreement with Junction City School Board in order to provide educational services to up to 100 students residing in Junction City, Louisiana.
Okay, do we have a motion to that effect?
I so move.
Mr. Gio, second from Ms. Bradford. Do we have any questions from BESE members? Ms. Beebe?
Okay, I see with the new addition, there is a change from the material amendment from changes in grade level served to other, as explained in section B, which I have not had time to review section B. So may I ask for someone to clarify the change, please?
Yeah, I can speak to it. It is in my district, and I am supportive of both of these. For Tallulah Charter School, they have applied for an amendment to allow 5th grade to be added to their charter. They have a petition of 70 to 80 students, parents with students that want to send to the 5th grade, so they really are adding a grade level to the charter. Is that the one you were referring to, Ms. Beebe?
Yes.
Yes, that's what that is about.
But why the change? Well, it had changes in our booklet on page 2, changes in grade level served, and then the amendment, material amendment, it says other. And of course, what you're saying is there, but that, how does that differ?
No, ma'am. The backup that you're looking at there is for the Delhi charter. The Tallulah backup is going to be in your booklet, which is the same.
Okay. So Delhi is different from...
That's
Delhi
correct.
is new, and that's why there's a new exec rec with backup for Delhi, but the Tallulah backup is in your booklet.
So you're telling me Tallulah is now...
Tallulah hasn't changed from when the packets were printed. So the backup that's in the booklet is Tallulah. The backup that's on the handout is for Delhi, which was added as part of the amended copy.
Okay.
Delhi's been added,
So it's
and it's the new backup for Delhi.
okay, so this references Delhi on the addition. Okay.
Mr. Garvey, were there any speakers on this item?
Mr. Gio, let me check. We do.
And then I'm curious about performance of the school.
About performance this year of the school. Adam, why don't we just discuss? Are you talking about Tallulah, or are we talking about Delhi?
Tallulah.
Tallulah. Tallulah is a new charter. It is a new school. Yeah. And it's and so the what from a obviously there's no test score information from an enrollment perspective. The school essentially what happened is the school had started with K-4 grades. A very large number of parents came to them saying they'd like a 5th grade, and some of those had siblings in the K-4 grades, and so we think giving them another grade is going to satisfy their parent demand. Is that a fair summary? Is there anything else? Okay.
Okay, Mr. Lee?
This might not be exactly to the motion, but it's my understanding of what brought all this about, and I'd really like to get a little more clarity. This is Junction City, Arkansas. It's right on the Louisiana line. And the students have been going to school in Junction City for years. Now, all of a sudden, well, I say all of a sudden, for some reason, the Claiborne School Board has told them they can no longer go to that school. That doesn't make sense to me. I have not heard why, but as I appreciate it, they are interested in continuing to attend school in that area. I don't know if they will continue in Junction City, Arkansas, or if this will be in Tallulah or Delhi.
Mr. Lee, as a clarification, there are two different schools here. Tallulah is one charter that's a new charter that's adding capacity, requesting capacity to add the fifth grade.
All right.
The Delhi charter amendment is a completely separate school charter amendment, and that's the proposed amendment for Delhi to be able to address the Junction City issue that you're referring to.
Okay, so it's two different requests?
That's correct.
So which one is this before us?
Well, the way that this is presented into the same item 2.1, and I'd recommend that we take one of them at a time.
But Mr. Garvey.
Wait 1 second. Yes, Ms. Beebe.
There's a procedural concern for me because, this is what I have a great disdain for. We get these last-minute changes. Now, when I want to put something on the agenda, I have to add it to the emergency agenda. Now, this obviously came up after the publication of this document, so it should be on tomorrow's agenda.
It was emailed to board members on Friday? Okay.
Well, I didn't get the email.
Would you check to make sure you have Ms. Beebe's
And
email address correct?
This is unfair to us. If we don't have the documentation, I look like an idiot here questioning after I've taken the time to review the documents at home. And then I get this new handout today. Let's follow procedures as a BESE member. It should be applicable to all of us, the process.
I don't believe the item changed. Bridget, can you share just perspective with us?
Well, yes, it changed because you have Delhi.
I've asked my staff person to speak. Bridget?
So the item on the agenda is a consideration of requests for material amendments. That is the actual agenda item. We got another request from a school after the packets were printed. Exactly. Because we already had an item on the agenda for material amendments, we were able to bring another material amendment.
Well, but I bring back the point, as a BESE member, when I make requests, I'm not afforded the same consideration.
Well, may I make a distinction? That could well be, and that's the board's business, not mine. But there is an item that was on the agenda, and I think, Ms. Beebe, you're talking about, or Dr. Beebe, excuse me, when you want to add items to the agenda, right? Yeah. Okay. So there, as Ms. Devlin was saying, there already was an item on the agenda. Now, your point is well taken. Within that item, we changed some of the details. And just for the board's perspective, the reason to do that is that these are changes that would take effect this school year, and you are not meeting until the school year is started. And so you have our apologies. Circumstances in the field changed. We had an issue that was brought to us by parents. I believe some of them are actually here. And we felt urgency to put that on the agenda because this is an issue for this school year. So it's a little bit different in that we're not adding a new item to the agenda, but I take your point. We try to get items to you earlier. In this case, we just had something change in the field, which is that parents realized they could no longer go to the same school they were enrolled in the year before, and that's why we brought it. So I apologize for the miscommunication.
Hold on.
Thank you.
Hold on. Okay, do we have any other questions? Do we have a motion to take them separately? Okay, let's bifurcate this issue. And you're suggesting that we bifurcate and take that motion off the floor? Okay, can we get a substitute motion to address item 1 separately from item 2? Mr. Gio, make that motion. Ms. Jones, your second. Do we have any objections? Hearing none, motion carries. So we're addressing item 1. Do we have any more questions on item 1?
I do.
Ms. Hill?
And I guess we're looking at this charter school here. However, I remember these two groups last year. We granted them the charters last year. And I guess my concern for this would be that when you look across the board and you look at the charter schools and you look at the scholarship and the traditional schools, there's no consistency. Now here we have a school that is asking us to increase their enrollment when we have other schools that parents want to send their children to. We don't give them that opportunity. So, I mean, maybe you can address that, Superintendent White, because it's like we get information from various charter groups, or whether it be a scholarship program or traditional, everything is inconsistent. Everything is it's like all over the place. And so now we have two groups, because I remember these two groups from last year. Now they're asking us to increase their enrollment, but then we have schools that have a track record, let's put it like that, of success. And we're not giving them the same opportunity or giving those parents the same opportunity.
What, just to talk specifics, what are you referring to? Like, what's an example of your
Okay,
other case?
well, I'm not going to say no. I'm not going to give any names of any schools because I'm quite sure you should know. However, my point is right here, the charter school is asking us to increase their seats.
Right.
I mean, they want more students.
Right.
Because of the parents, correct? These are some
Yeah.
parents that's interested in this particular school, and we want to allow them 48 seats available.
Right.
My point, which I'm not going to vote for this, but the point that I want to make to expose to the community is that there is no consistency.
But
Here,
just-
I'm talking. Here we have a group that's asked us to increase. We have schools that have track records of showing that they've been successful, even some districts. However, we don't give them the same opportunity. So when we talk about that level playing field that you spoke of this morning when you presented your Louisiana Believe, this is what I'm talking about. And now, for some reason, we're going to increase these students, we're going to increase this school of students as far as giving them seats because of parents' voices. When we had Landry and Perry Walker here, full of parents, and we didn't give them the same opportunity.
I just
So
don't
that's my
know
point.
I'm struggling with this. Just
Okay.
what is the example of the school with a track record of success that we have said you can't expand? Which school is that?
I'll deal with that when we get to that item, but I just want to just make that point. And I
It's
would
just
deal
hard
with
for me
that.
to respond without any
Okay,
specifics.
well, I'm quite sure you know, but however, I just wanted to know, why are we going to go ahead and increase the numbers of seats
Well, I'll tell you, I mean,
available?
just members, you've got a situation where you've got in the parish, and this is not a good thing, obviously, you've got 4 elementary schools currently existing. 2 of them are Fs, 2 of them are Ds. So this school enrolled a bunch of kids, as we authorized them to do, and their parents were saying, hey, we want to send our 5th graders here too, because the other elementary schools have a track record of low performance. So that would be the basis for this.
Okay. Well, I feel that the RSD have a track record of low performance, and we have parents that have sent in petitions, and even in my own district, Prescott, that we just ignore. So that's the point that I'm trying to make,
Okay.
as far as the inconsistency in policy. If we do it for one group, we should do it for all. That's
Okay.
my point.
Do we have any other board members that would like to speak on this item? Okay, hearing none, we have a motion on the table to approve?
We do have.
Okay, do we have any objections to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item is item number 2. Right, but we ought to take the cards before we vote. Okay, first speaker is Scott Richard.
Are these cards relative to Tallulah or Delhi?
They do not specify.
You might ask before you speak.
Tallulah?
It wasn't bifurcated until you guys just voted on it, so it's specific to Delhi, so I can stand
Well,
down if you like. But there's an original agenda item, 2.1, that included both items, so.
Are there any speakers towards
I would like to hear what you have to say, if you don't mind.
He's speaking on the next item.
On the next item,
Yeah.
okay, I'm sorry.
The item
Okay.
that's coming up.
Are there any Tallulah cards in? Ms. Barrios?
was on, sorry, would like to speak to Tallulah. I just would like some clarification. This board would have us believe that when they consider these charters, that they do a thorough study of them and they grant them their charters based on information they believe that charter can fulfill. And here we have a new charter that's never been in business, according to this. This is supposed to be their first year, this year coming up, and yet they're already asking to add a grade at the last minute. First of all, I don't see how a school can get their teachers and prepare it that quickly, but that's another question. But this looks an awful lot to me like sort of a BESE board-aided parent trigger type action. A bunch of parents come to you and ask you to add something or change a school, and you act upon it. And I have to agree with Ms. Hill that I don't think that's been standard procedure for you in the past. You're talking about students that are in D and F schools, and yet this school has no track record whatsoever. And you're treating it as though it's a much better option for these students, and who knows? Also, I'm a little bit concerned about it. It says here, please note that only board members will have access to the parent petition signatures that are included because they contain private personal information. A signature on a petition should be public information if in fact it's used to carry out this action. Now, if there's other information on there, I don't know why it couldn't be redacted, but I have a problem with that not being shared. There are some quotes in this to support increasing or adding a grade level to Tallulah, and I find them very interesting. It says the addition of 5th grade will lessen the number of transitions for many students. Multiple transitions cause negative outcomes. Don't we know that? Particularly with the RSD and the opening and closing of charters and the transferring of students from one school to another, and yet you're using that to support this particular change. This grade addition is in response to a group of concerned parents, and they have confidence in Tallulah Charter School to educate their children. Where does that confidence come from? I'm not sure about that. It says Thomas Moffett, who we all know, stressed the importance of family-school relationships on educational outcomes.
Ms. Barrios, can you wrap up your comments, please?
When parents are involved, children do better in school. Moffitt's research concluded that schools with narrow grade configurations have a negative impact on family-school partnerships. Didn't we hear a lot of that discussion this morning? And yet, parents wanted to be involved, and they were rejected. So I just have concerns about allowing these children to jump into 5th grade in a school that's never been open before.
Thank you. Thank you. Do we have any other people who turned in cards that wanted to speak to the first item? Okay. Are there any board members that would like to change their vote based on the testimony? Change your vote?
Yes, no.
I thought you voted. Okay. Okay. So now we have Ms. Beebe as voting no, and Ms. Hill is voting no. I believe the item still passes. So now we move on to item number 2.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. Mr. Lee?
I would move approval of the Delhi Charter School application.
Okay. Do we have a second? Mr. Guillaume? Okay. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Bradford, would you like to speak? Okay. One second. We've got to hear from the superintendent.
I might just provide some background, members.
But before you do, Mr. White,
Yes,
if you
please.
will allow me. First of all, I want to know if the superintendent of this school district is present, because this item was added, and I strongly objected to it being added. And so I'm just curious, because I know I had a conversation with her a couple of months ago, Superintendent Williams, and so I just feel strongly that you reassure me that she is aware that this item is being discussed.
She is, and our team spoke with her yesterday morning at length. I would just indicate to the board that for 90 years, Claiborne Parish sent a small number of students, or gave them the opportunity to enroll in an elementary school, actually more grades than that, that was essentially in their town. The difference is that the town happens to be split. On one side it's Arkansas, and on one side it's Louisiana. There are options 10 to 20 miles away, and some others that are 30 miles away, but in many cases you're talking about very young kids. And so this arrangement, from everything that we were told by parents and advocates, suited those community members quite well. This year, the item was discontinued by the Claiborne Parish School Board, and the parents have been left having to leave the school without an alternative. This is a proposal that, as parents consider long-term options, they be able to sustain their enrollment in the Junction City School for the 13-14 school year by an amendment to the Delhi Charter, which also is in Mr. Guillot's district, and that school would enroll the students and allow them to be served in the Junction City, Arkansas school, no different from how their previous school system, the Claiborne Parish School Board, was doing. That is the proposal.
Okay, do we have any other questions from board members? If not, we'll go to the speakers. And we have Robbie Lowe with Alvin Kelly. Yes, sir. Please sit down.
I'd like to first of all recognize the superintendent of Junction City, Arkansas Schools, Mr. Danny Thomas, and our board member, Jay Green. We also have a representative from Dell High School, Mr. Rayleigh, that is here. Like Mr. White said, we are a school district in Junction City that has since 1916 taken Louisiana kids into the Arkansas school. I am a retired superintendent of Junction City Schools, a resident of Claiborne Parish. We feel like that it is in the best interest of our students to continue in the Junction City school districts. We are successful. We have more to offer, we feel, than the Claiborne Parish system has. And I'm not here to knock the Claiborne Parish system. Those people have a tremendous job that they have to deal with. But you're not only talking about people having to lose a school, but you're talking about them having to uproot and leave their homes in order to stay in the Junction City School District. I have test scores if you're interested in them. I also have programs that are offered by the Junction City Schools that is not offered by the closest school that our students would be going to.
Any questions? Okay, thank you for your comments.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lee?
I don't want to make this comment until after we vote on this motion, but I do want to make a comment as soon as we vote.
Right after we vote. Okay, thank you. Okay, we'll go to our next speaker then. Scott Richard, or Richard?
Richard.
I don't know. I'm sorry. Mr. Kelly, did you want to speak?
No, I'm fine.
Oh. He spoke for you? Okay, very good. Mr. Richard?
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. And just want to say before we get into the issues that we'd like to raise that we understand the uniqueness of this situation. It's a very unusual situation, and oftentimes good people and children get caught up in adult decisions that are not always the wisest decisions, and we want to be very sensitive to the students and parents and all of the folks involved in this particular situation. Number one, you mentioned there was some dialogue about the superintendent in Claiborne Parish having dialogue with her yesterday. That is the reason why she's not here. They were just made aware of this specific agreement, as I understand things, yesterday. In speaking to LSBA General Counsel Bob Hammonds, who is also their desegregation attorney of record, there was a request that somebody appear on their behalf today and raise some of the issues for your consideration before this item would move forward. And again, we want to be very sensitive to the uniqueness of this situation. From a policy standpoint, I guess the main issue is does BESE have the authority, Louisiana BESE board have authority to direct Arkansas schools how they should be run and hold Arkansas schools accountable to Louisiana standards? Are we opening Pandora's box regarding charter school statutes? Do our charter school statutes apply to Louisiana schools, or do they apply, where does it stop if we allow this to move forward on a policy level? Because we don't think that the charter school statutes created by Louisiana legislature are intended to govern students in other states. The situation surrounding this particular issue, it appears as if a new type charter school is possibly being created. We would call it an interim type 2 charter school, since they have submitted an application, a group has submitted an application as a type 2 as we understand things, but didn't get it in timely, as the exec rec reads. And there are the desires to move forward with considering a type 2 charter application in the future, as I read the exec rec. There was some comments that it may have been amended. I haven't seen the amended version. If that particular version exists, I don't have it. I have what was online. The third issue is it the intent of BESE, the Louisiana BESE board, to hold students that attend school in another state to the same standards? Will these students be required to take LEAP, ILEAP, EOC, ACT in high school? Will their teachers be held to the same standards as Louisiana teachers? Will these students qualify for TOPS in Louisiana? Will they get a Louisiana diploma or an Arkansas diploma? All those issues we feel are very important to be raised before moving forward with this. And in closing, at the very least, we would suggest that due to the federal desegregation court orders that are pending in Claiborne Parish, Union Parish, and Richland Parish, where Delhi Charter is located, that at a minimum, the agreement, the contractual agreement that Delhi is crafting and that you are getting ready to take a look at as far as approval or disapproval, would include some language that Delhi Charter or the agreement that's being crafted includes some type of language that references that that everything will be adhered to in regards to the pending consent decrees that are in place right now that govern student placement in all of those respective parishes as well as Delhi Charter. And we would respectfully request that at a minimum that be included in any type of agreement that's crafted, especially since this is going way over the line, literally, not trying to be cute with it, but it is another state, another governmental body that we're dealing with here. So we would ask for your consideration on those issues. Thank you. And again, we want to make sure that we are very sensitive to the students, the adults that are involved, that are present here today. This is not a jab at any of those folks. These are focused on policy issues with this body and how we do business from this point on if we open this door.
Mr. Richard, if I may ask you a question.
Mr. Guillaume?
These students have been doing this under the Claiborne system for a number of years.
90 years.
90 years. What was the issue with the consent order last year when it was under Claiborne? What's the difference between that and this year?
I certainly won't pretend to be an attorney, much less a desegregation attorney, and I can't answer that question. But perpetuating the problem is not, two wrongs don't make a right if we're going to continue to move forward without addressing those issues, in our opinion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next speaker is Videssa Owens. And I'd like to remind you that in this committee, we're limiting comments to 2 minutes, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Vanessa Owens, and I come before you all today respectfully as a parent. I have 2 children enrolled in the Junction City School District. They are both honor students. My concern is that right now they are attending a school that has a full AP curriculum across the board. They also have various extracurricular activities. Academically, they are superior to the school that they are that they're trying to transfer them to in Summerfield. As an educator, I do understand scores and how all of that works, and I am asking that you all please consider approving this so that my students are afforded the opportunities that they deserve. Not only does Junction City offer the advanced placement curriculum, the college prep, they have dual enrollment, but they also offer a 3-track vocational program. So basically, we're talking about looking out for every student, whether they're wanting to attend college or whether they're wanting to be prepared for the workforce. And I ask that you please, on behalf of myself and many other concerned parents, approve this so that our children, what's the word I want to use? So that they do not have to attend a school that is inferior to where they are now. I feel like our children are deserving of the opportunities that they are receiving at the Junction City School District. Thank you.
Mr. Garvey, may I ask questions? Hi. So I have a few questions for you, ma'am. How did the agreement work in the past between the Louisiana School District and the students who were going to Arkansas? Did they take Louisiana tests? Do you know if there was any kind of accountability measures that were in place?
They take end of course ACT. Now they have to take the Arkansas State benchmark. If this agreement, although is approved by the BESE board, then of course they would have to take the Iowa and the LEAP and the ILEAP. They would, and as speaking for myself and many other parents, that's not a problem. Our children are well prepared. Our scores reflect that our children are well prepared to take that type of testing. But we do already take the ACT, and we do already take end of course and all of those other tests.
So in the past, with the agreement between the Louisiana School District and the Arkansas School District, the kids weren't taking any kind of Louisiana test in the past. Is that correct?
Just one moment.
Yeah.
Obviously,
No, it's good. I appreciate all of you being here. It helps us better understand.
I'm Robbie Lowe. I'm principal at Junction City High School. I'm also a parent who lives in Claiborne Parish and kind of have several roles in this. Currently on our testing, we do not currently test for Louisiana instruments. With the agreement that we have come to with Delhi, we will test all Louisiana instruments, and we will coordinate with Delhi to make sure that we're doing it in accordance with law.
Okay, but in the past, that wasn't taking place.
No,
I appreciate that. It helps.
We have
Thank
not.
you.
We have not in the past.
Am I correct in saying that
Guillermo?
if this passes, then a student has the choice of which school they'd like to go to? A parent?
I would assume so. We have always had that agreement between Summerfield and Junction City. If there were those in our particular district, Ward 9, that wanted to go to Summerfield School, they went.
Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Beebe?
Mr. Gorby, I would also say I'm struggling with this issue because I do recognize this has been a practice in place for the last 90 years. And again, BESE obviously was aware of this arrangement. Am I correct, sir?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so this is...
I assume so. It's been going on for ever and ever, you know.
I learned about this arrangement a couple of months ago when I spoke to Superintendent Williams, because, I mean, if this has been occurring for years, then why the opposition? And quite naturally, the position many superintendents in Louisiana face or find themselves in is the fact that we're a moving target financially, and you're going to make every effort to pay for the brick and mortar and what have you. So I can speak, although Superintendent Williams is not here today, I feel that she more or less has to have the student population to help financially provide quality educational services to the children within the district. And but again, I don't know the reason for Superintendent Williams not being present today, and I really have strong opposition with this item being added the way it was, because I bet when I call her later, I'm going to find out that she was not fully aware of the discussion to take place.
Well, I think you'll find that that's not true, and the reason is that we had a call with her last week, I guess almost 2 weeks ago. She canceled that call. We then had us call that we had to reschedule again for yesterday. We walked her through the issue. The reason it came up, I mean, I don't think anyone thinks it's ideal to be dealing with these issues in June, given that school starts in August, but the reason it came up was the desperation of the parents. And it was several months ago that the board discontinued the arrangement. They struggled to find an agreement. They seem to have found it with Delhi, and it came to us. So the late date was just a matter of circumstance, not a matter of desire. And we have the same feeling about it. We wish it weren't such a late date, but we did feel like we needed to act, because if we waited until the August board meeting, then school would have already been enrolled, and we would have already gone ahead. That's the only reason.
Well, moving forward, if we were to approve this arrangement, and I'm sure we will the Junction City School Board administer the exams, the assessments that our students are required to take in Louisiana? Will provisions be made?
Yes.
You want to explain core?
It'll be treated as a testing site by us.
Yes, and we have plenty of Louisiana certified teachers to administer the test.
Yeah. And the accountability will count as Delhi's accountability.
That's a problem. That's something I want to talk about. And I want a true picture of what Delhi is doing. So we have these parents coming before us, letting us know that their children are, in their eyes, receiving a superior education. And so my concern as a board member is that we wouldn't get a true picture of the kind of instruction that's going on at Delhi. If you lump in, if the education is superior at the Junction City schools, and you're going to lump those scores in with what Delhi is doing, then I'm not going to be able to make an informed decision about the progress of Delhi. So that's where I have a problem with the.
Well, I guess I don't disagree. I mean, on the other hand, what was happening before with Junction City is that the tests weren't being taken. And there wasn't clear Louisiana accountability for this. I'm sorry, not with Junction City, with Claiborne Parish. There wasn't clear accountability. I mean, this shines a light on it. If you would like us to, if there was, I think it's a good thought. We could add to the motion, just as advice to the board, something along the lines of, for purposes of Delhi's authorization, the board should be presented information as to the on-site Delhi population and their progress. I'll have you know, Delhi's school is very, very, very high relative to the rest of, to our bar for authorization, but we'd be happy, of course, to do that. Yeah.
I appreciate that, because I think either way we need that information, because if we don't do that, then we're asking Delhi to take a risk on the students that they're not going to be providing the instruction for. So I think for both potential outlets that it's important for us to have that data on a more actionable level.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lee? I don't really see that there would be any problem in breaking that information out, do you?
No, sir.
Mr. Lee? I represent Claiborne Parish, and as I see it, this does not really change anything. These parents and these students have had this opportunity for years. This is not going to hurt Claiborne Parish. It's just virtually not going to change anything. It permits those parents and those students that live in the Junction City community to continue to send their children to school there. It is an acceptable school, it's a good school, but if the parents that live in Louisiana wanted to send their children to a school in Louisiana, they certainly could do so, just like they could have up to this point. So, to me, all we're doing is permitting what has been happening to continue.
Thank you, Mr.
And that's done at the request of the parents.
We're going to hear the next speaker. Let's go ahead and go to the next speaker. Kim Rogers.
Mr. Garvey.
We'll come back to you after we hear from Ms. Rogers.
My name is Kim Rogers. I also come to you as a parent of children at Junction City School. We've been there, like you said, it's a legacy there, and we've been there for a long time. And as a parent, I see not only does our teacher, their teaching and their learning doesn't just stop at 3:05 to 3:15 after school. Our kids still have the opportunity to get with the teachers. The teachers are still open to our kids after school. And I think that's really important to our families, that sometimes you don't always get it at school, but you still have willing teachers to go over and beyond for our children. So I'm asking for you guys to approve the partnership. Well, they're high for our kids to stay at Junction City School. And also, as a parent, I do see that my child, she's under student also. And that's all they know. That's their foundation. And I just hope that we still be able to unite and stay rooted where they have been for so long. And that's all I have.
Ms. Beebe?
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. Well, I have a question. They were attending Junction City School Board school, right? Yes, ma'am. Okay, so Delhi would be a new entity arrangement?
Yes, ma'am. Delhi would be acting as the same vehicle that Claiborne Parish had acted in this past year.
For the past 90 years?
For the last 90 years.
So why the change? Help me understand. Why is there
because Claiborne Parish decided that they were going to pull those kids back. You've got to understand that for the last 3, 4, 5 years, the decisions to keep those kids in that school, or in the Junction City School, has been disruptive for those kids. Claiborne Parish said, well, you know, we're going to pull them back this year. We can't afford to send them up there. But yet, Claiborne Parish, through an agreement with the Junction City School Board, was only sending half of their allotment up there. So what we have been dealing with is trying to get some consistency in making sure that the kids and the parents don't have to think about selling their homes and pulling up and going across the Arkansas line in order to go to the school system that they would like to go to. Does that make sense?
Is it possible for you to go back to the superintendent to see if you can come to an agreement whereby you directly, or your school system, could directly educate the children rather than making it a charter?
I would rather deal with it the way we're dealing now, in that we would separate from Claiborne Parish Schools, and that Northeast Claiborne Charter School would be formed next year. And hopefully that vote will be brought before you all in August.
Ms. Beebe, if I may, we spoke with Ms. Williams about it, and I do want to be clear, this is not Ms. Williams' decision, this was her board's decision, and she said as much, that the board had made this decision, they'd made it independent of her, and that this was going to be their decision, and there wasn't much undoing it. So I hate to say it, but we're kind of between a rock and a hard place. We can't sit and plead with a multi-member board to make a decision. On the other hand, these parents need an answer. And while I grant you it is an interim solution, it seems to me better than just letting them on the street.
Okay, we're going to continue with the speakers. Representative Patricia Smith.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members. I speak to you as a policymaker for Louisiana. And Superintendent White, you may not remember, but I brought this to your attention probably right after you came here, because at a forum, I was told that there were young people living in this parish going to Arkansas schools. And at that time, you made the statement, well, we need to stop that. That was your statement. Now, you probably hadn't delved into what was going on, and I'm appalled, Mr. Lee, that after accountability is in place, Louisiana dollars are going into another state, and you never brought up the issue of accountability. I am very, very disturbed by that these individuals living in our parish, taking our tax dollar monies, going into another state, and accountability was never an issue. And we make it an issue for everything. Every single thing we do, accountability is an issue. We made sure voucher children take the test. And we're now making sure that kids that are taking our taxpayer dollars from Louisiana, going to, whether it's half, whether it's a fourth, it doesn't make any difference. It's Louisiana taxpayers' dollars that are going into that school, and that should have been something that should have been first and foremost of accountability, that these children should have been taking the test. Ever since they've been there, and ever since accountability has been in place. I'm appalled at this. This is something that as policymakers, you make sure that this is the best thing since white bread, that accountability in Louisiana is supposed to give us a true picture of what our children are doing. But here you've been doing this for 90 years, you say, and then when accountability came in, it never was changed. That's terrible. But we make every other child accountable for Louisiana taxpayers and taking the test. This is something that you, as policymakers for the state of Louisiana, Board of Secondary Elementary Education, need to stop. And you need to stop it on the basis that this is our taxpayer dollars that are going someplace else. Now, you need to fix this, and it needs to be fixed. It needs to be fixed in a way that you can be accountable not only to yourselves, but to the folks, the 105 folks that are across the road. Because I'm sure that while they know the kids may be going to Claiborne Parish into Arkansas, I will wager with you they did not know they were not taking the test.
Representative, if I may, and I thank you so much for being here. Just to be clear, this proposal is a proposal to begin testing the kids as well. And I agree with you on the wrongs of the past. This is a proposal to try to change that.
But as much as we have talked about accountability, Superintendent White, as much as this board places accountability at the top of its list for everything that we do in Louisiana, this should have never fallen through the cracks this way. Never should it have fallen through the cracks. But even as I said to you earlier, I mentioned this to you, that those children were going to Arkansas because I was informed by someone from Claiborne Parish that it was happening. I didn't know it was happening. And then I informed you of it. You probably don't remember it, but I can tell you I did inform you that this was going on, and you did not know it was going on at the time either.
I can only say that in this case, I agree with you. I've got no quarrel with what you're saying about it's not right to have public dollars going when a student is not tested. The school board was not registering these kids as enrolled from their parish. Now we are saying we're going to enroll them, we're going to count them as tested, and we're going to be accountable for the way the dollars are spent.
And you're going to enroll them in a charter school, and let the charter school make the decision
We
on
would
whether
certainly
they go.
prefer that the case be that the Claiborne Parish system
Well, and
sustain its
I
arrangements.
understand Claiborne not doing this anymore. I mean, I think that any school district that is sending their dollars someplace else, being held to a standard that the students that they're sending someplace else are not being held to the same standard, I can truly understand that school board making that decision. But the other part I've not heard from you, and you're kind of surfacing over, they're under a DSEC court order. How in the world can you dissuade and not even consider that this district is under a court order?
Because the court must act in response
Okay.
to what happens. And if
Okay.
the court did not object to the same number of students from the same place going to the same place under one governance structure, it stands to reason that they wouldn't under a new governance structure. But if the court chooses to act, then we have to, of course, abide by what they say.
Okay, well, I'm sure that that's going to probably come up as well, since the situation is now changing. But I can understand why the board made that decision, because they're sending their dollars someplace else and held to different standards for different students. Thank you.
Next speaker is Dan Garrett. Dan Garrett.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Danny Garrett. I'm an attorney. I do work for the Louisiana School Board Association. Scott and I sort of bifurcated this because there is a secondary issue here. I think you all have hit on a number of the issues, probably the problems with the prior arrangement. But what I'm here to address is in the sort of the last paragraph, actually the last two sentences, proposes sort of the next step. And I think that's where there is some more serious concern, that there would be created a new Type 2 charter, and then this arrangement would continue through them. The difference is this: as I appreciate it, Delhi is one of the few legacy Type 2 charters. And what that means from a practical standpoint is that they are funded directly by the state outside of the MFP.
They're funded inside the MFP.
They are funded inside the MFP. Well,
Yeah.
but they're funded, it's 100% state dollars. Am I correct?
You are.
Okay. As opposed to if this arrangement were set up through a more current Type 2, they would be funded both from the state MFP and local MFP.
No, it is only state dollars that go to a Type 2 charter. It is a different amount, but it's only state dollars.
Well, and I think that's the concern, is that at present, the arrangement between the Claiborne Parish School Board and Junction City School Board was an arrangement that that essentially was made by the elected officials in Claiborne. And so the worry is that we wouldn't end up with sort of the problem that I think we had with the scholarship program under the Way Act 2. It originally set it forth, and that is that you would have MFP dollars that would be flowing to an out-of-state school without the agreement of the Claiborne Parish School Board. And I think that's a concern, because clearly when Claiborne made this decision, it's really no different than if they had a special need that they needed to fund. And I think that's the concern about the next step, is to make sure, and you're assuring me that there will be no local, that the local MFP dollars would not flow to this new Type 2 charter, if I'm hearing you correctly. And you made a comment.
I don't think there's no new Type 2 charter. I don't mean to interrupt you, but there's no new Type 2 charter on the table. There's just Delhi having an amendment to expand their enrollment.
Okay, I guess I'm reading, it says a Type 2 charter school proposal has been submitted by a community organization in Junction City, Louisiana, to provide a possible long-term solution. I presume that means the creation of a new Type 2 charter?
Yeah, but that's just a piece of background information for future years.
Well, and I guess that's what I'm after, is if this is a circumstance where this is the solution, that the children will run through Delhi, which is 100% state funded, I think that is a different circumstance than if there were to be created a sort of a new Type 2 charter that would be entitled to draw local MFP dollars. And I think that is a significant difference.
But to be clear, there are no Type 2 charters that draw local dollars. They are all state dollars. And then the question is, a legacy Type 2, the state does not discount the local, the state double pays, but never does a local dollar go directly to a Type 2 charter.
Well, then I guess the semantics are, in effect,
it's
the
not
locals
semantics,
receive
it's financial
less state.
mechanics.
In a current Type 2 charter school, the local school district receives less dollars for the individual.
Hypotheticals?
Well, it's not hypothetical.
It is off topic at this point.
I'm reading, all right,
If
the
the
last
charter
two
is
sentences
submitted
of the
and
item
addressed by
indicate
BESE,
that's the
then
proposal. If it's not the
this
proposal,
issue would be
that's fine.
relevant.
It's not the proposal, it's background.
Okay, so there is no proposal to create a new charter school.
Not on today's agenda.
Not on today's agenda.
Okay, so I guess I'm just confused by the last two sentences. You mentioned, one other item is you mentioned that from your understanding, the students previously that are currently were not registered as enrolled in Claiborne. And again, because this issue came up fairly late, is that a situation where they were not included in Claiborne's student count?
No, I believe they were, but
they weren't registered as enrolled.
when Claiborne listed students for accountability, it appears that they did not list those students.
Because those are students.
And I agree with Representative Smith, that's a problem.
And like I said, so, and I guess the issue about the next step, essentially, I didn't make that up. It's here. There is one pending, and if your decision today relies upon that next step occurring, then I think that consideration needs to be taken into account. If the decision today is in no way related to that other proposal, and the intent is for Delhi to continue to do this indefinitely, then I think that's a different decision.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Next, let's get through the speakers. I'll ask one of the other BESE members to hold off. Lee Barrios? I'm sorry, do you have a question for this particular speaker, Mr. Lee?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. I wasn't going to have any input on this, but a couple of, Ms. Boffey brought up a question. The money question's sort of been answered and sort of not. I think there's still some confusion on that, public dollars going out of state to Arkansas. But when Ms. Boffey asked about how would the score situation, that it could put the Louisiana school in jeopardy if the students were not properly taught to address the Louisiana test. But, and so the suggestion was that maybe to separate those scores, to disaggregate those scores when they're reported or something. Seems to me like this is very much like the shadow school situation in Iberville Parish and I think another parish, which is really a bad trend, where people don't really know what's going on at a school because scores from the higher students that are part of, my understanding, a program as opposed to a separate school are sent back to their initiating school. Then there's also the question of how are scores dealt with virtual schools and special schools, and the assignment of those scores to the school where the student is supposed to go. So I hope that's not part of this vote today, and that's something that's going to be looked at, because whatever's done with this school needs to be aligned with what happens with other schools. If you're going to start separating scores of students who are actually or sending them back to the original school, it's all very confusing, but it needs to be equitable, as they say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Lee?
I think a lot of these speakers and a lot of these comments are losing sight of the fact that Junction City, while it's located across the line, it's all one community. And these students have been going there for 90 years. And this is only permitting that to continue. That's all it's really doing. And it's for the sake of the parents and the students, and it does not disrupt their educational program. In relation to Ms. Smith's comments, I agree with accountability, and this will ensure that we have accountability for those students. I did not realize they were not taking the Louisiana accountability test and reporting. I wish if Ms. Smith had earlier heard that, she'd made me aware. I would have checked on it, but I'm glad it's being addressed.
Okay, Mr. Gill?
Mr. Garvey, I would mention for the record that Senator Walsworth has been active in this. The senator from that area, he's met with Mr. Kelly and toured the school, and he has submitted a letter of support for this item.
I'd like to call for a question. We discussed it today.
And do we have any objections to moving to the vote? Okay. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I object.
I think the department's going to provide us with the split information without it being contained in this vote. So we have 2 objections, Ms. Beebe, Ms. Hill. Any other objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
No.
I'm sorry.
I'm going to make
Before the next item, we have Mr. Lee.
Now that we have discussed choice, and choice is a popular word, and I personally agree with choice, and I think parents agree with choice. And in Caddo, I set up 15 choice schools. I'm waiting for Superintendent White to recommend that we make every school in the state of Louisiana a choice school.
Oh, you just wait. There's a lot of agenda left, Mr. Lee.
Okay, next item.
Next item is item 2.3 on page 8. Consideration of the request for local charter authorizer applications. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. It's 2.2, page 6. I apologize. Consideration of the Type 2 charter application in response to the 2012 request for charter school applications for Harvest Preparatory Academy submitted by Outreach Community Development Corporation, Incorporated, to allow LDE reconsideration of the application. The department recommendation is now to defer until August 2013.
I second.
We have a motion and a second.
Members, just just by way of background on this issue, this was an application that we received under the traditional application cycle for an expansion or a replication of a charter school that already exists. We are still doing our analysis of student achievement data from this year. There had been a motion to do this in June. We are looking deeply into the outcomes, and I think, just so you're aware, part of our concern in terms of approving the replication at this point is that the students have come into the school relatively low performing. That makes the performance of the school in overall relatively low. But there is the chance, subsequent to our analysis, that the students may have made great progress. And we just have further analysis to do on that. That's why we're recommending to the board we defer this until August, make sure that there's total clarity across the board as to what an in-depth analysis of student data show. We can work with you on that and then try to gain consensus on what the view of expanding this school should be.
Okay, do we have any questions or comments from BESE members? We do have 2 cards or more. Ms. Barrios? Pass. Scott Richard? Pass. Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Item 2.3 on page 8, consideration of the request for local charter authorizer applications. The department recommendation is to approve.
I motion that we approve.
Ms. Bofi, we have a second. Ms. Bradford?
Members, if I may, Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, thank you. This is just simply a reissuing of the RFA. This is a program, as you know, under which the board may authorize other nonprofit entities to authorize charter schools and hold those charter schools accountable. We have yet to receive applicants for this program. We are creating a rolling application cycle, so there's no longer a 3-month time period. So we would, upon receiving applications, vet them and, if appropriate, bring them to the board. This is just reopening a process. It's not changing, certainly not changing the law, not changing the regulations, just reopening the process in case applicants choose to apply.
Okay, do we have any questions from board members?
I have a question.
Ms. Hill?
And I believe in the last board meeting, Ms. Beebe requested the information publicly in reference to the National Association of Charter Authorizers, that they decided to not do business with Louisiana anymore. And Superintendent White, you said that you was going to present us with the backup information stating why they decided to pull out of Louisiana and not wanted to do business with us. So we never received that backup information. I remember Ms. Beebe requesting that information publicly, but we still don't know why the national charter authorizers decide not to continue to do business with Louisiana. And so I have a problem with that. So, and we never received the backup information. So can you explain why?
I'd be happy to. I don't know, Mr. Chairman, if I may, if it's immediately on this item, but it's related, so I can.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. And first of all, I apologize to you. If we indicated that we would get that to you and we did not, we must have misunderstood. That's my fault. I apologize to you, Dr. Beebe. And so if we can make sure that that letter is sent to Dr. Beebe and the board, I'd appreciate it. In the letter, the National Association of Charter School Authorizers gave a simple explanation. They said that they believed that their mission post-Katrina was to work with the state of Louisiana to renovate opportunities for kids in New Orleans. They said they believed they'd accomplished that mission and that they would be better off dedicating staff energies elsewhere. And that was the explicit rationale, and I'm happy to provide that back to you. And my apologies again for the delay.
So as a follow-up question, Mr. Garvey, to Mr. Superintendent White, so what is the name of the charter, the National Charter Authorizer?
National Association of Charter School Authorizers, or NACSA. And I believe they sent this letter to the board, I believe.
I'm aware of that, sir.
Yes.
Excuse me. What is the entity that we signed on to since they backed out?
Schoolworks.
Schoolworks.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have two speakers on this item. Scott Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. I'll keep my comments very brief. The point we want to raise as a School Boards Association is a point we raised in the legislative session with the approval and review process of charter schools in Louisiana. There was a bill that tried to address the unfunded accrued liability of the retirement systems, and there were lots of discussions and good dialogue that occurred during the session that addressed the issue with charter schools having the option to not pay part of that UAL as they are approved in their contractual arrangements, and that burden falling to local school systems across the state. And we would ask that before we move into this new process of charter school authorizers, that be taken into consideration and that we at least open the door to more meaningful dialogue of addressing that issue, because the courts have ruled that the MFP provides for the unfunded accrued liability of the retirement systems, and we feel it's very unfair for local school systems to bear the brunt, and local charter schools or type 2 charter schools that can accept students statewide can choose not to have to pay into that burden that none of us created, that we inherited as taxpayers to keep our retirement system solvent. So at the end of the day, to keep it very simple, a charter school can choose not to participate in the retirement system and receive a full MFP allocation and start buying books and pencils and hiring teachers with the full MFP per pupil amount. A local school system has to shave off at least 23% of their MFP allocation before they can start buying books and hiring teachers and buying materials of instruction. And we'd just like to open some more meaningful dialogue with Superintendent White and you all as BESE to try to address that issue, because it's not going away, and we bear the responsibility as citizens to try to work together to address that issue. Thank you.
Can I ask you a question of
Mr. Lee?
Mr. Richard? Is this a recent court ruling that local school boards are responsible for the MFP? You said the court has ruled.
It's our understanding the district court here in Baton Rouge ruled that the unfunded accrued liability is included in the MFP payment, which is the state's responsibility to provide for the employer's portion of retirement benefits. And the courts have ruled that as long as a local school district has $1 left over after they pay retirement benefits, that it's in the MFP, as we understand things. And we are teetering with districts across the state of Louisiana that once they pay retirement benefits, which includes the unfunded accrued liability, some in your area, Superintendent Lee, that once they pay their retirement cost out of the MFP, they have very little or no dollars left to provide for public education of their students. And I think Superintendent Brumley from DeSoto is in the audience today and can attest to the challenges that local school districts are having to meet their financial challenges and financial obligations. And we just ask that any educational entity that receives MFP dollars also help pay down that unfunded accrued liability responsibility.
I'm just not aware that there's a court ruling on that.
Be glad to get you that information, sir.
Okay, next speaker is Ms. Barrios. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Beebe.
Yes, sir. I wanted to ask, with the, we see with these charter, first, let me ask the question about the role of the charter authorizer, Superintendent White. Is this creating another level of bureaucracy where does the charter authorizer approve and that's it, or they will approve and then the matter comes before, the recommendation comes before BESE?
No, they become the authorizer, and the only thing that comes before BESE is actually a review of that authorizer's schools. So in other words, every 3 years you would review their schools and to see whether or not they should remain an authorizer, but they deal with the bureaucratic issues. I mean, it really is essentially that, just take, for example, the issue we were just dealing with. That's really a local issue. It's very hard, I would imagine, I'm not being a board member, but for those sitting here to so far away to cast judgment on such an issue. It's an attempt to have those decisions be closer to the challenges.
And then going back to SchoolWorks, I know, and these decisions are made, but then we need to see the connections to those entities. So, I mean, that concerns me, but of course, with the infinite wisdom of the legislature, they approved this. So it's very little this board can do with the local charter authorizers. But I'm just concerned about the politics, and and I've seen it here at the BESE level, where certain entities would come, and if the entity is of prominence, this board approved, and then others, they might have had few deficits, which again gives me great concern that NASCA withdrew the contract here in Louisiana. So that's a standing concern.
Their contract was up for bidding, to be clear. They did not cease a contract. They just said, we're not going to bid on a new contract. And frankly, I think we saved a couple $100,000 and have just as good, if not better, performance on the new vendor. However, I think I take your concern about accountability and know that with this group, if their schools do not perform, then they can no longer operate and authorize schools. So, and BESE is in full control of that decision. For what it's worth, we also have yet to have an applicant in this program.
Okay. Any more questions or comments? Hearing none. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I want to raise a concern. We have a serious difference here. It sounds to me like I did not know that we had authorized charter schools to opt out of teacher retirement. And that's a real inconsistency between charter schools and regular public schools, and that cost is getting to be tremendous for public school systems. I would like, you're not going to like this, but I would like to amend this motion to say that new approvals would be consistent with regular public schools concerning retirement. Either way.
Don't think that motion would be germane to the topic of this agenda item.
May I also add that the statutes of the state cover these issues, Mr. Lee, and there actually was a pretty significant discussion that I know Mr. Richard and others were part of in the legislature this session.
How did it come out? I didn't hear.
There were a couple of bills, and to be clear, there is a difference between paying into the retirement system and then paying a share of the accrued liability, as you obviously well know. And so those are two different questions. One, can you opt out of TRSL? Or two, do you also have to pay the legacy obligation? And I believe that bill, which was brought by Representative Pearson, did not make it through the House Education Committee. My point being not that that's a good thing or a bad thing necessarily, but just that we cannot change that at BESE. That is a statutory issue.
But that leaves me with the question of where are we? Can charter schools opt out of the retirement?
Charter schools can not pay into TRSL, but I want to be clear, that is a different thing from charter schools having to contribute to a legacy obligation that they either did or did not have any creation or hand in creating. Now, first of all, I want to acknowledge Mr. Richard's point. I think that we would do well to do more to understand the financial condition and the percentage of revenue that is going to the retirement system, much of which, not all of which, but much of which is to pay off an accrued liability. And whatever levers we have at our disposal, legal and otherwise, to relieve school systems of that burden.
And it's my understanding that liability occurred primarily with the Orleans Parish school system coming into the retirement system with no money. And then, secondly, a constitutional question about whose responsibility it is. Because I believe the Constitution says it's a state responsibility.
Again,
Guys, with all due respect, we're getting off topic, and we have two other committees that we need to get through here. If y'all could carry the conversation
I don't
on
fully understand where
separate from this.
Am I understanding this to say if we approve this,
It will not change the situation regarding retirement.
which means the charter schools do not have to participate in retirement?
Which we cannot change anyway.
Is that accurate?
Charter schools have choice as to how they pay retirement.
They do not have to participate in the Louisiana teacher
They do not have to pay into the teacher's retirement system. That's right. But that has nothing to do with this particular item.
Oh, it doesn't?
No. This item is not a retirement item. This is the creation of groups to authorize schools.
Well, it is retirement indirectly, because if we approve this, then we are approving new charter school authorizers setting up charter schools that would not have to participate in teacher retirement.
Well, no, I mean, fair, but if you conceptually, but if you approve this, all you're doing is allowing for a request for applications to go out, which the law instructs us to do. You may not accept that.
I'm going to go ahead
application.
and have the vote on this item. We're going to move on. Are there any objections to this item, to the motion that's on the floor? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
I disagree with that ruling.
Next item is on page 10.
And I'd like that noted. But I think it is germane.
Item 10.
Did you want to be opposed to that?
No, he wanted to be recorded as being noted that he disagreed with my opinion that it was not germane to this issue.
I see. Next item is on page 10, item 3.1, consideration of a report on student test scores for all RSD schools, both direct, operated, and charter. The department recommendation is to receive.
So moved.
Mr. Gio, we have a second. Ms. Jones, is this a report or presentation, or is the department?
This is a report.
Are you all going to do a presentation, or you just want us to read what we have?
This is a recurring presentation, and if there are comments, we're happy to take them. Questions from members, we're happy to take them, but it's a receive item.
Okay. Thank you. We have comment cards. We have any questions from BESE members? Any comments?
I have a question.
Ms. Hill?
My question is, when we decided, however, with the LEAP and iLEAP scores, do the RSD group those scores together to get a baseline, Superintendent-White, or are they stand alone?
The RSD schools are both grouped together and broken out by locale, individual school.
No, I'm talking about the iLEAP. Do they group the iLEAP and the LEAP scores together to get overall score?
The overall number that you see us reflecting here, in other words, the increase to 57%, is a combination of iLEAP and LEAP. But you can also see in the report the broken out scores iLEAP as opposed to LEAP. You can see both.
Okay, go ahead.
And the others? Okay, hearing none. We have comment cards, one from Ms. Lee Barrios. Okay. Another from Mr. Frank Buckley.
My My name is Frank Buckley, educator for 18 years, and test scores. As of 2011, I don't pay attention to much to test scores because in April 2011, I was teaching at a school in RSD. I reported to my principal that the testing, that how she was administering the test, is an irregularity and we're cheating. She, in response, called me a whistleblower. In May, I reported it to the Department of Education. They told me that they were going to investigate and get back with me. I have yet, as of today, heard from them. In August 2011, I sat down in Mr. White's office at RSD and told him that there was testing irregularities going on at my school. His response to me was that he was not going to investigate. In December, I came before this board, and I told him the same thing I'm telling you today. And Mr. Roma said, we take cheating very seriously. And I responded to Mr. Roma by saying, I don't see how you take it seriously when my principal told me I'm a whistleblower. The Department of Education hasn't responded to me yet, and my principal got promoted to a brand new school. The Department of Education never responded. The superintendent at that time was at other recovery schools district. John White said he's not going to investigate, and then the BESE board turned around and rewarded him to be the state superintendent of the state. And we're talking about accountability, and I'm talking to the superintendent, and he's telling me he's not going to investigate cheating? And this is the board that's overseeing our children? And when we want to make a big issue about test scores, you can lose your job. It can help, it hurts your evaluation. I've known some kids that have yet to pass the LEAP in 4th grade, know that they passed it in 8th, but they're sitting in high school because somebody simply gave them a waiver. So I'm not understanding this education reform. And then like last time I came up, I did not get a reply, and I don't expect to get one now. But I'm looking forward to our day in court. Thank you.
Thank you.
Members, just to give you a quick bit of background on those comments, we investigate multiple concerns regarding improprieties on a yearly basis. We have reports on this, if you're curious, as to them, and any credible concern about an impropriety taking place in the school, we investigate, or any result of our pattern analysis on the tests, we investigate.
Okay, the next speaker is James Finney.
Given that the worst performing schools in East Baton Rouge Parish are those operated by the state, I'm wondering what the end game is. If this board supports Patrick Dobart in his undefined Baton Rouge Achievement Zone efforts to grab as much real estate as he possibly can and transfer it into private hands, or if you will run those schools into the ground into perpetuity with horrible scores, hoping some white knight from out of state will come and want to make a profit on those schools? Or will you finally do the sensible thing, consider this experiment a failure, and let the duly elected school board that is accountable to the local public back in control of at least those schools that you've had for the full 5 years? The Bulletin 111 says the time in which you're supposed to turn these around. And this idea of a recovery school district is a farce. It needs to end. The local taxpayers need our buildings back. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. That's the end of our comment cards. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any questions from BESE members?
Yeah,
Any comments? Ms. Hill?
Yes, because I'm just trying to get a clear understanding. Okay, Superintendent White, for example, if there's a school, I'm going to use hypothetically, let's use Capitol High. Well, no, I'm not going to use them. Let's just use Lanier Elementary School. So if the 5th graders are taking the I-LEAP and the 4th graders are taking the LEAP, we're going to combine that LEAP score of the 4th graders and the I-LEAP score of those 5th graders and combine them together to get the overall score of their school? Because I'm just trying to get a clear understanding of how we.
Yes.
Okay. So how are we doing that when the two tests are not measured the same? The LEAP test is not measured as far as, I know the outcome, we're looking for the outcome of the measurement, but they're not, that's like taking an ACT and an SAT. Even though the students that's taking the test, their goal is to attend college. But the tests are two totally different tests.
Well,
so how are we taking those? I'm just trying to...
Let's just take a different way. You could have in your school, you could have a 4th grade class and a 5th grade class. Half the 4th graders get an A, half the 5th graders get an A. It doesn't matter that the 4th grade test is a different test from the 5th grade test. You would say half the kids in 4th and 5th grade have an A. It's the same here. Well, you're right. The tests are not graded on the same scale. But there's a different cutoff for what's basic, what's approaching basic, what's mastery, and so on. But you can still say, even though the cutoff scores are different, this is how many kids are at basic, this is how many kids are at approaching basic, this is how many kids are at mastery. That's what we do.
Okay. So even
but you can also look at each grade on its own, too. If you don't want us to combine it, you don't have to do that. You can just look at each grade.
No, this is what y'all doing. I'm just trying to get clarity on how the process works. So even in the traditional public schools, maybe some superintendents that's sitting here, they combining the scores as well to get their overall scores?
To get their school performance score?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. That's interesting. Okay.
Okay. Any other comments or questions from BESE members? Ms. Beebe?
I do have a concern in the gentleman who spoke. You know, we do have a responsibility as elected officials. And when do you draw the line regarding RSD direct run schools? I mean, I'm looking at the outcome. And, you know, if you wanted the cheerleaders, the pom-poms to say, you know, we're successful, I just don't see it. Somebody has to clarify for me.
Do you want me to do that?
Please.
This year, you saw a 6% increase in terms of the number of students, percentage of students who are proficient in that district. The nearest growth of any other district was half of that. This district started off 6 years ago after the storm at 23% proficient. Today it's at 57% basic and above. This district has a graduation rate that is higher than the state average. Among African American students, it's higher than the national average, but it is 96% free and reduced lunch. It has increased more than 2 points of ACT over the last 5 years. Now, is everything perfect? No. We still have too many DNF schools. We're not making enough progress in some schools. We've got not enough kids graduating career and college ready. But there's big progress there. And I just think it's not say you're doing it, but it's time to acknowledge that there's some good things going on there. Let's get behind them, and let's keep the momentum going.
But, Superintendent White, with the money that we're investing in the RSD, imagine if we had this money to transform our traditional system.
But with respect, these are the schools. These are the schools that, for at least 4 years, if not more, were run by traditional districts. There was money being sent to those schools, an abundance of federal money because they're F-rated schools, and the traditional local money and state money because they're district schools. It was being sent there for years. The state doesn't want to take on more schools. The law says that the state must, at a certain point, act because the local hasn't been able to accelerate the growth of those schools.
Not true. Orleans Parish, why don't you, as the state superintendent, sir, should stand up to someone to say, let the schools return to the Orleans Parish School Board. They have proven themselves.
You know what, actually, we supported and testified in support of a bill from Representative Bishop to make an easier return back to the local district. I agree with you. Once a school has recovered, absolutely they should go back. We passed a law to help ease that process. But the idea, I think you're raising the question of why do schools come in there in the first place? It's not like the Recovery School District is jumping up seeing which schools they can find because they're so happy that schools are failing to be brought in. It's because the schools have persistently not succeeded. But I'm not saying that's anyone's fault. It just has happened. Whatever's been happening isn't working. So you can talk all you want about how there's too much money being pumped in and so on. That's after years, sometimes decades of that happening in the local.
I'm not going to buy that.
But that's just a fact. You can buy whatever you want. That's just a fact.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about returning schools, and that is not germane to this agenda item. So we're going to cut off discussion on that topic. We have a motion on the floor. If you have any other questions about
What do you want to say to the
that
gentleman
are,
who raised allegations about cheating in the RSD?
you were not talking about that. I think Superintendent White responded to that. So we are going to move on to a vote on this item. Do we have any objections to this motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
May I offer, if Ms. Beebe, Dr. Beebe, if you ever want to come in and review every instance that has been investigated of impropriety in the RSD or any other school district, my doors are open. We're welcome to have that conversation. I look forward to it.
Next item.
Next item is on page 22. Item 3.2, consideration of an update report on the approved St. Landry reconstitution plan for Crestwell Elementary. The department recommendation is to receive.
Receive. Do we have a motion to receive? Mr. Gio? We
Second.
do. Second. Ms. Jones? Do we have any questions from board members? Hearing none. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Before leaving this item, I'd like to say this is an example of the RSD and BESE bending over backwards to not take over a school that is failing. Next item.
Next item is on page 90, item 5.1. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 126, charter schools regarding charter school renewal and extension and streamlining of policies. The department recommendation is to approve as notice of intent the revisions and receive the Type 2 charter conversion vote process for both staff and parent votes as recommended by the LDE.
Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion.
Ms. Jones, do we have a second? Mr. Gio? Thank you. Do we have any questions from BESE members? Ms. Beebe?
Member, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Excuse, let's get some introductory remarks from Superintendent.
Thank you, Dr. Beebe. We are bringing these changes as an update to the charter school renewal, extension, approval process, as well as the process of charter school conversion. So this is, members, a bunch of very detailed policies within one large policy, and they're mainly procedural issues. If I can highlight for you that there are two considerations that are really mainly in front of us today. Number one is, given that we are transitioning the scale of the accountability system from a 200-point system to a more rational, 100 is an A, 50 is an F system, we need a way of saying, okay, this is when we approve or we do not approve, or we extend or do not extend a school. We want to provide schools today clarity so that when we're sitting here in 9 months, we can say, okay, this is a decision you were informed about the rules of the game on as to whether or not you could continue with your charter or not. Second, there was in Mr. Gio's district this year a vote by parents to convert a traditional district school to a charter school. There was some concern that there wasn't a specific enough set of guidelines for that vote to take place. We have worked with parents on that process and have developed what we think is a more explicit procedure for that process to go forward. Our team is here, Mr. Hoff is here, Ms. Devlin, to answer any questions that you have about the specifics, but I wanted just to give you a sense that these are really very small procedural changes to a bulletin that happen to all come within this Bulletin 126 covering charter schools. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Ms. Beebe?
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. I just have a concern regarding the performance labels, the 10-year renewal terms. I mean, 10 years, that's an extensive period of time. Why would we want to give them that amount of time? Because they could turn into an F school in a year.
Well, you mentioned about bureaucracy before. There are schools that are either making such extraordinary growth or they are so high performing that we think it just merits saying, 10 years. Let me just give you a couple of examples. First of all, I believe Benjamin Franklin High School in New Orleans is on a 10-year term. They're one of the highest performing high schools in the country. It's very unlikely that the board or any board would intercede to terminate Benjamin Franklin's charter. So they're on a 10-year term. Let's eliminate bureaucracy, let them do what they need to do. Similarly, there are some schools in the Recovery School District that have made the highest level of progress. I believe one is on a 9-year term. that school has demonstrated exemplary growth. However, the board oftentimes puts schools on a 5 or fewer year because there is some concern for needed more continual review. So to your point, it's just about less bureaucracy when you know that bureaucracy is not needed, but always this board has the discretion to say we're going to put you on a shorter term so that we can continue to monitor.
But Superintendent White, we don't know that with certainty.
I don't know if there's anything that we think with certainty, but we also know that we want to err on the side of empowering where we have nearly 100% sense that this is going to continue successfully. And Ms. Dr. Beebe.
Interventions, if I'm sorry for interrupting you, but what interventions are in place in the event that they become a D or F school? Say like in the 5th year, what would we,
The board can always intervene and direct the department to say we've reviewed this annual report of charter schools, which we provide every year, and we are urging the department to intercede and do a review of this school and bring the results back to the board. The board can always do that. This is just more saying to the school, you shouldn't have to prepare all of the materials that typically is prepared on a 4-year or a 5-year or a 6-year cycle, when in fact you are, say, one of the top 20 high schools in the country.
Do we have any other questions or comments from board members? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion?
I do. Hill.
Ms. Hill objects to the motion. Ms. Beebe also. Any other objections? Hearing none, motion passes. Next item. We have one speaker, Ms. Barrios.
Lee Barrios, retired teacher, St. Tammany. I had a couple of questions. First of all, on your eligibility for renewal, these rules, the financial requirements and following their charter. I see the policy here, but the question is, will BESE really follow the policy for every school? And that seems to be a problem because anybody that reads the charter board minutes in the lens can see that there are quite a few schools that either have violations of contractual standards or financial issues. So I hope that you actually follow this for every school. My other question is, and this is the first time that I've seen this, the charter conversion voting. It seems to me like this is a law that is supposed to empower parents and teachers, that it's a parent and teacher-led initiative, and yet what you have proposed here seems to again put control in the hands of the Department of Ed. And I would also like some information on what this committee is that you mentioned, the stakeholder meetings where you together developed this. I was not aware of that, which doesn't mean anything, but so I'm concerned about that because this really puts control in the hands of the Department of Ed, again, as opposed to being a parent-teacher-led initiative. If it is a parent and teacher-led initiative, and that's the way the state law intended it, I believe, then they should have on their own developed their policies for doing this and then presented them to the board for approval, I suppose. So could somebody explain to me how this process to develop this policy came about?
Sure. I think the problem essentially was that when this process was undertaken, you're right, it was undertaken by parents and teachers in this one case, there really was no manual for how you do it. And so what then happens is parties that are for the proposal and parties that are against the proposal show up in one place and they act according to entirely different rules. And as a result, there's just disagreement as to how things should happen. It becomes a little chaotic and no one has a sense of how to litigate a problem because they're not playing by one set of rules. So actually both parties, the school board and the parents of the petition, said, hey, we really would like some clarity as to how this happens. So we worked with them on this proposal, and we'll see how this manual essentially works out if it is enacted again.
But I thought this was in response to a new state law where the parents
No.
and teachers can
This
initiate.
is an old state law. This is an old state law where parents have always been able to do this. It just hasn't happened. This has nothing to do with the school being a failing school or anything like that. This is just a long existing state law that any time a majority of parents and teachers petition and favorably vote for a conversion to a charter school, the school may do that. And it was tested this year, but what of course came out is that you really do need some specific guidelines for how that can happen, or else it's going to be a little bit all over the place from a process perspective.
And how did this committee come together? That was my question. You said this was in collaboration with stakeholders, that you came up with this solution.
It was the stakeholders involved in this case. This was the
And
Neville.
I'm asking about that. How did that come about? Where did those people come from? Who decided who was going to be on this committee, so to speak, or whatever it was?
We can provide you information. I'll give you an answer, but I think, Mr. Chairman, for the sake
We'd
of
like to move
continued
on.
question answering.
Okay, well, it is a public forum, and I'm doing this for the sake of, other
It is.
people who
It's not an
might
answer,
also
question
be
and answer
interested.
session. But you can get the answers after the meeting from the department.
And as you return, we worked with the individuals who felt aggrieved in this case, which was the parents, the teachers, and the school board in question, all of them, to develop this, and potentially will be used this year.
Okay, does that conclude our agenda? It does. Okay, the next